fruits and vegetables from a cart. And the way it's phrased in that magazine, we don't know if more than one bet of 15 guineas to 5 was placed. He might have won $34,000 or $51,000 or $510,000. Because this was for money, the loser or losers who bet he could not finish the race in 4.5 minutes had to be satisfied that he had done it in less than 4.5, in this case in 4. As we know from our own times, losers now like to claim they didn't lose and will go to any length to convince others they did not lose. But James Parrott got his money, which means that the loser or losers believed James Parrott really raced a mile and did it in 4 minutes. I'm sold. Antiquated books and 4-minute miles run 183 years before the first 4-minute mile, and costermongers and agricultural change, they may come and go and may be trustworthy as money. And James Parrott was given the equivalent of his annual salary at least once because somebody who thought he could not do it agreed, yeah, I was wrong. He really did just run the mile in 4 minutes. Now, of course, the whole account in the book could be wrong. I'm old enough that I was actually on the air doing sportscasts on the radio network of United Press.
I'd say it's like meant to distract anybody, but these sort publicly say you've drawn the conclusion that he wasn't. But that's just, again, it's unreasonable. Imagine things could never work that way. It's just I don't know, it's like, I don't say performative, that's what I'm looking for. It's just silly. It's silly masquerading as like principled. But yeah, damn. He really just be looking like this, though. I can't think of a single picture of Joe Biden from the past 4 years where he didn't look like confused or like, I don't want to say presidential, but just like he looks confused all the time. Trump looks like shit too, though, so it is what it is. I guess before we reread this, we'll look at some comments. I was just like talking at you for a while, so some of you probably want to talk back at me. Dead Kel on Twitch says, perfect knowledge is just libertarian delusion. Probably. Soul Life on YouTube says, to be fair, the Biden admin said it was working towards a ceasefire a lot more than the media said. We now know that was a lie. Well, yeah, they were lying. They were lying the entire time. We already could have known it was a lie simply by using our brains and reading the pattern recognition there. Whether or not people believed it was a lie is, I think, the question I was trying to address. Mystic Progressive on Twitch says, okay, so if Dems are not the lesser evil because of this, can they still be reasoned with to come to pro-Palestine views while Republicans cannot, or are they both immune now? It depends on who you mean. Like, I'm not saying they're not the lesser evil. I'm just saying that that's kind of like a childish and like not you're childish, but it's like it's a almost libertarian way of thinking about like voting and the way people vote, because it imagines that every voter is entirely disconnected from the impacts of the policy positions that these parties take and are therefore able to objectively interpret whether a party is like, overall worse or better. And I think by that metric, we can concede that the Democratic Party is usually like 99.999% better in an overall way when it comes to the Republican Party. Republican Party is like one of the worst political parties to have ever existed in the history of the world. What we cannot say, though, is that they are better than Republicans on every issue, unless we start to make distinctions on those issues that I would argue are cartoonish, like better versus worse genocide. That's, to me, is like, you've already conceded the point in that way. And when we acknowledge that there are some issues and for some people for whom they are the same, then the lesser evil conversation just becomes like, well, who's going to abandon the most people the fastest, if that makes any sense? Because, and I use this analogy all the time, it's like, if the Democratic Party is dropping 1,000 bombs and the Republican Party is dropping 2,000 bombs, we can all say that 2,000 bombs are worse than 1,000 bombs. But you know who can't say that? The people who are bombed by the first 1,000 because they've been bombed already. So we can concede that for some people, they are the same. And that is just not a good thing when you're trying to win an election, because there are going to be some people out there for whom, like, you could say it's a single issue. It's like that's their life. Like, the Democratic Party being bad, for example, like on criminal justice reform or whatever, right? Like, that's a single issue. You can't vote. That's someone's life. That someone's whole life is that thing that they're bad on. And when you don't think about it that way, it's likely because they're not bad on something that's your whole life to the point where it doesn't make a difference. There are people who still want to claw stuff back. There are things that we just lost, for example, that the Democratic Party is promising to get you back without any real answer. And it's not meant to demonize them. I'm just saying that, like, we have to acknowledge that people are just more diverse than like this kind of hyper rational voter like mythology that people are like latching onto because they don't want to come to the conclusion that, like, well, yeah, but some people just, like, things can't really get that much worse for them. Like, how many people are just like homeless, like almost, certainly over 1 million in America. At last we checked, it was like 770,000. It's like, what if they had homes? If Democratic Party was helping them, maybe they would support them. Like, it's just, there are just so many people who get left behind that it's hard to be like, well, yeah, sure, like they're lesser evil. Like, tell that to the person that, that the Democratic Party Attorney General in a state like put in jail and won't like hear parole for. Like, tell them that. I mean, that's just like a made up example, but I'm just, you understand what I'm saying. Dead Kell on Twitch says, I never personally said don't vote for Kamala, but I didn't chastise others for not voting, nor did I say vote for her. All right, all right, all right. We have to, um, no, he's not actually banning anime. He's just going to make it 100% more expensive. So stock up on your waifu pillows now, everybody. Uh, let's see, let's see. Okay, yeah, we'll go into this. We'll keep reading the chat. We won't like I won't go so long. Give me. There were many disheartening moments during the 2024 U.S. presidential campaign for progressives who support Palestinian rights, yet few are quite as deflating as that moment when the ostensibly progressive leading member of the squad, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, stood at the podium at the Democratic National Convention and told the audience that then Vice President Kamala Harris was working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bring the hostages home. Um, I'm glad they mentioned this because I wasn't going to bring up AOC out of like nowhere, so it's good to be prompted because I kind of forgot that people are, also talking about this. But again, I can't read AOC's mind, and so I choose to believe that this is one of those situations where it's like a lot of people, like, she probably feels pressured by the fact that Democratic Party is pretending to be, or believes itself to be, or has positioned itself as, I would say, as to all of our detriments, as the only thing stopping the Trump administration or the Republicans from like essentially a wholesale sale pillaging of the public sector, the just the about the Democratic Party. And so it's difficult for me to imagine believing them and therefore saying them, because I would just go like, well, I think that's very short-term thinking. But people who run interference for the Democratic Party for reasons that are, I think, more born out of like a feeling of responsibility. I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses for anybody. I'm just saying that I know there are a lot of people out there who just feel that way. I just disagree. I just disagree with them. I disagree with them about the utility of it ultimately. Um, we knew she was lying. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone knew that she was lying. Whether, because I also don't know, maybe she believed that. Again, I think that would require lying to yourself, but like it is possible. I don't think it really, overall changes the equation though. But AOC herself knew she was lying. Sure, maybe. But it was just a message that the crowd, who were more than eager to show their support for the Democrats despite the party's utter refusal to allow even the most conciliatory and moderate Palestinian voice to be heard, wanted to hear, and they ate it up. Yeah, I mean, obviously they want to hide. That obviously the Democratic Party wants to hide the fact that they are abandoning people all over the place because they want to hide the fact that from other people that they might one day abandon you because they understand that American voters are generally self-interested, and so if every Democratic voter felt that they, and this is the reality, right, that they are much more likely to be lumped in with Palestinians unless they're uber wealthy, that they are much more likely to be lumped in with Palestinians in Palestine by our military industrial complex one day than they are to be lumped in with like the billionaire class or Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. They would be a lot less willing to support Joe Biden. And so hiding how many people have been left behind and, shouting anyone down who brings those people up is just a part of their like brand and marketing strategy because they understand that like they don't want people to think that you will be left behind too. The utterly shameless nature of the lie has now been confirmed by no less than 9 officials from Joe Biden's administration and reported on by Israel's own Channel 13 news program, Hamakor, which aptly translates as the source. Yeah, I mean, and this is just an aside too, and I know you're like, Brandon, everything you say is an aside, but Israel's reporting on the genocide, at least some Israeli outlets on reporting of the genocide, has been a lot more, I think, accurate in its brutality and its coverage of brutality than American, like, Democrat-aligned sources and Democrats have been. Because they're, like, a lot of the lies that you hear out of, like, a lot of the lies you hear out of Israel regarding genocide are, targeted. They're laser targeted at like the American liberal centrist class because everyone else is relatively clear-eyed about the genocide. Maybe you have like a handful of people who are like, evangelical Christians who would perhaps feel differently about Israel if they knew some of the more like specific elements of like how Israel is like, expelling Armenian Christians, how they're destroying churches in Gaza. Maybe they would feel different about that. But when it comes to like the largest group of people who need to be like, who do need to have the wool pulled over their eyes when it comes to what's going on, it's like the liberal class because everyone else pretty much knows. It's just a distinction of whether or not you agree or disagree with it. Like there are just a ton of Americans who are pro the genocide of Palestinians. That's something that you have to understand. Like there are tons of Americans who are like, Arabs kill them all, and they just mean that. That's why I always say, like, Israel and America, they're like this. You shouldn't distinguish from like them from one another, except for like the particular nature of their location, which obviously has impacts on like the amount of militarism that is experienced by the population. Mm. No push for a ceasefire. How long is this one? Yeah, okay. Various members of the Biden administration, including prominent figures such as former U.S. ambassadors to Israel Tom Nides and Jack Lew and former National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, discussed their frustrations with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And I should say, one of the reasons why there was no ceasefire being worked on is because the Biden administration could just force one. Because if they chose to stop supporting Israel, Israel would not feel comfortable in engaging in this level of warfare in the Gaza Strip. If we stop providing money through a complex cycle of military-industrial complex and AIPAC and senators' donations and aid to Israel, like they simply would not have the resources to continue. And if we stopped running interference for them with the ICJ, they simply would not want to continue because the population of Israel would not want to be subjected to human rights investigations. They wouldn't be subjected to the level of sanctions that other countries might call for. Like Israel, like the United States of America is, facilitating just genocide. They are complicit. We're doing it. We're doing it. Yet they, like Biden and Harris, were unwavering in their support for Israel despite their clear dislike of Netanyahu. Perhaps the most damning statement came from former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Michael Herzog, who said, God did the state of Israel a favor that Biden was the president during this period because it could have been much worse, probably in reference to the fact that other presidents, this is also how we know, they have stopped this kind of stuff from going out of control. They have, like, just Republican and Democratic presidents alike, because Israel has always been trying to genocide the Palestinians, at least within my lifetime. Uh, we fought in Gaza for over a year, and the administration never came to us and said, ceasefire now. It never did, and that's not to be taken for granted. Now, 1 second, I'm going to cough. It's hard to imagine it being any clearer than that. Once and for all, we need to lay to rest the notion that the Biden administration ever did anything to secure a ceasefire. Again, I didn't need that. I didn't need that validation. But I will say, for the people who did need this validation, certainly some of them will be convinced, but some of them will just say that this person is lying too because they want to help Trump or something. Because people, again, can't imagine that that's not the only outcome of talking bad about Joe Biden Democrats. Yep, Genocide Joe and Zion Don, two peas in a pod. Sullivan summed it up perfectly. Having the Prime Minister of Israel question the support of the United States after all, like Biden and Harris, and former Secretary of State Anthony Blinken made this attitude plain during his time in office. The Biden administration did all of this for Netanyahu, despite the fact that the Israeli Prime Minister made no secret of his support for Donald Trump, and that it is undeniable that Democratic voters disapproved of Biden's blind spot for Israel. And I do want to, zoom out a little bit, because I do sometimes think that people, even when they're being critical of Israel and Israel's genocide, overvalue how much Israel specifically means to, like, as, like, obviously Israel as a symbol has utility for a lot of people, but, like, overestimate, like, it being, like, Israel specifically when it comes to their analysis of what's going on. Israel is a cipher for many things, and by nature of the Israeli identity, like at the national level as being the Jewish state, it provides cover for a lot of other things. And that makes it a very useful vehicle and avatar for showing allegiance to, like, the American military industrial complex. It makes it a very useful avatar for showing allegiance to the American police state. It makes it very useful avatar for showing allegiance to the American foreign policy in the Middle East specifically, but also sometimes globally. And so a lot of times Democrats use the fact that, Israel has draped itself in Jewish identity to occlude the fact that what they're really doing when they're supporting Israel is not supporting Jewish people, not supporting their right to defend themselves, or whatever the fuck that means. They're supporting, like, the military-industrial complex. They're supporting America's overall foreign policy in the Middle East, and they're supporting the expansion of, like, our police state at home. And they do that because that signals to the donors, like the military-industrial complex, to, like, the American, three-letter agencies, that you play ball. You play ball with what America really is at the global level when it comes to, like, neoconservative thought. I think for very few people who aren't, like, brain addled like John Fetterman, is this specifically about, like, Israel. Like, it's about Israel for, like, no offense, the rubes, like the dummies who, like, can be tricked into supporting anything if you put the right, like, label on it. But, like, for people who are using Israel, like, as a way to funnel money to themselves, so the military-industrial complex, Netanyahu, American senators, like, it's a scam. It's a scheme. It's a scheme to funnel money to themselves, to support neoconservatism. Like, it's, like, it's just not only about Israel, obviously. Just like you don't have to, you should be a supporter of Palestinian rights, but you don't need to be a supporter of Palestinian rights to be anti-genocide. You can just, at the very least, understand that genocide is something that can't be put into, like, a box with easy to delineate boundaries, that it, by nature of what it is going to spread, and you might just be engaging in some sort of form of self-protection because you think to yourself, like, well, damn, if the Democratic Party will support a genocide and the Republican Party will support a genocide, what won't they support? And that's a very fair question to ask. Anyone who tells you that that's not a fair question to ask because, like, well, yeah, they might support one over there, but they wouldn't support one over here. It's like, come on, why not? Like, what would stop them? Like the rule of law? Like, why would that stop them? They already violated those laws. But again, these are troubling ideas that are difficult for people to talk about without demoralizing others, and so they steer away from them either themselves, like subconsciously, or in their rhetoric. I understand that, but I treat you all like you're an adult. So if I think something that I think is important, I want you to know that I think that, and I want you to be able to confront me with your rebuttal as well. I want you to be like, well, no, like they would never do that because of X reason. And that, and maybe I'll disagree, maybe I'll agree. I'm open minded. I don't just play open minded on television for attention. Um, yes, yeah, okay, yeah, yeah. Elon Goldenberg held several advisory roles in the Biden administration, mostly in the office of Vice President Harris, for whose campaign he later served as Director of Jewish Outreach and Policy Advisor. He is currently the Senior Vice President and Chief Policy Officer at J Street. He made it clear to Hamakor that the administration understood perfectly well that Netanyahu was dodging any efforts at stopping the genocide in Gaza, though he would call it a war. He would call it the war. Goldenberg lamented the fact that any discussion about an endgame in Gaza was obfuscated by Netanyahu and ended without any results. If they're never going to do this, it doesn't matter what the outcome is. Hamas is still going to control Gaza, Goldenberg told Hamakor. You're just killing and destroying for the sake of killing and destroying, but you're not building an alternative. Like, well, obviously. And we've talked about this before, too, going back to, like, how Netanyahu uses, like, Zionism, uses Israel to enrich himself, to protect himself. And, like, one of the reasons they can't end this genocide is because that's the point in which Netanyahu probably goes to jail. Even if the project of Israel continues to go on successfully, like that's the point in which Netanyahu personally is likely going to go to jail, either for corruption, either for like the war crimes he did in the war, or if it's up to the Israeli public, the war crimes he didn't do enough of in the war. Like it's likely that he will be the sacrificial lamb, excuse the metaphor, I suppose, for this genocide if the Israeli government gets their way. And so he's choosing to preserve himself. This, of course, and also, again, when it comes to like this particular quote about like not preventing the structural circumstances that cause like Hamas to flourish, this is true about all crime, and again, I like to zoom out on stuff like this. Like there is just an illusion that's pervasive in Western capitalist-oriented society that stuff like this, like if you just kill enough people, if you're just punitive enough, if you just like crack down enough without changing the underlying like structural circumstances, the underlying social deprivation, the underlying material deprivation that leads crime to flourish, that people will just like spontaneously stop committing crime. That you can like kinetic your way out of like crime, that you can kinetic, and terrorism is just another form of crime, but you can like you can kill your way out of creating criminals. You can't. Even genocide wouldn't do it, obviously. Like because if you killed every Palestinian, there would still be people outside of Palestinians who felt very strongly about what you did. It's an illusion, and it's part of the illusion that is constructed by capitalist states. It's part of the illusion that is constructed by imperialist states that weaves a tapestry of mythology around like the effective ways to like lead a country. I would also include along with that shit. Now I'm forgetting what I was going to say. You go ahead and tell what I'm forgetting about to say because I start to talk slower. Oh yeah, that there will never be any blowback for your colonial or imperialist projects. That's something that you can, stave off or prevent entirely. Sorry, I will. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. This, of course, is familiar to anyone who has been criticizing Israel's genocide from the start, as it is exactly what we have been saying Israel was doing. Goldenberg's statements erase any possible argument that Biden and Harris genuinely wanted a ceasefire but were duped by Netanyahu. They knew, they simply didn't care. I also find that, like, it's funny because like the Democratic Party in the Republican Party really are like obverses, right? That means the other side of the coin. Doesn't mean opposites. It means like, you know, they form one singular thing and they have different faces because there's like a spectrum from like stupid to evil that some things work on, like that, like actions work on, like negative actions work on, I should say. Back and forth between these two presidencies, I think has done a lot to reveal how like how false that is, that how that it's a false dichotomy because it doesn't really matter, but also that like no, the Democrats are oftentimes like more evil than you give them credit for, and the Republican Party is oftentimes a lot dumber than you give them credit for, which oftentimes just serves the same purpose as being evil because a lot of what they want to accomplish can be accomplished by like breaking things like without any particular care. um, but I just find that to be like I find it to be a little interesting for me. Maybe I'm just like not expressing it very well. But I also personally like I think that hiding behind a cloak of being stupid is also very funny and a sign of people's like being held captive by a politician and just wanting to come up with coping mechanisms because in my feeling would be like if you were actually dumb enough to believe this, like, or any of the things that people presume or like, pretend to believe when they want to escape responsibility for bad decisions, like you would still be disqualified from being a politician in my eyes. Like because I would, oh well, like if you'll just believe every stupid thing that some genocide conducting person wants to do, and you won't even look into it. Like you won't even look into it. You won't like use your brain, and like I still wouldn't want you leading a country. But they know that because they can't be like kicked out usually without like people feeling like they're empowering even more evil people. That like people will latch on to the stupid excuse because it at least makes them feel better about it. And it's just like it doesn't really matter from a practical standpoint. Maybe we'll read a few chats before we continue the article. I know I take long pauses. Sometimes I watch other streams, and I mean very rarely I do. And I'm always. This is not meant to be. It's not meant to be judgy of other people because like this is not the case. I am always impressed by how other people pace themselves, and they take breaks in talking, and they like I don't feel compelled to talk the entire time. I just feel awkward for you guys if I'm not talking the entire time. Um, mm, you guys have really been chatting up a storm. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Violet Quinlaw on YouTube says, but they are already making sure media hears about the enemy within, so I wouldn't be surprised to see homeless start being rounded up in some places in USA in not too distant future. I mean, we've already seen Gavin Newsom basically like go around the streets of Los Angeles or whatever part of California he was in, like taking homeless people's stuff and just like throwing it out. Like the Democratic Party, like on issues like that, they're just not very good. And you can claim that they're better, but like they're really just, and people know this instinctually about themselves in their own life. Like just being better than something else is not enough to motivate most people to do anything. Like it usually has to be it usually has to reach a certain minimum bar of like goodness, of it being positive. It's not just enough to be like not so bad, especially if you're not like literally being forced to do it. Uh, uh, let's see. Let's see. The rule of law, international law. International law is fake, obviously. Okay, okay. I kind of got too behind. Such a disappointment. Can you guys, in girls, in neither, in both, forgive me? You You can forgive me by liking and subscribing. Forgive me by liking, subscribing. Forgive me by um, spreading the message about the discourse. Just forgive me. Okay, let's get back to the article. Falsifying reports to Congress. In February 2024, the White House issued a memorandum, NSM 20, titled National Security Memorandum on Safeguards and Accountability with Respect to Transferred Defense Articles and Defense Services. The purpose of the memo was to order the state and defense departments to report to Congress within 90 days and every year after on any country engaged in active conflict that was receiving military support from the United States. The reports were to confirm that U.S. law was being upheld and specifically that American arms were not being used and recipient countries were not engaging in violations of human rights or international law. Well, again, I don't know if we need a report onto that one because, I mean, certainly they are. Israel wasn't named specifically, and the memo applied to all recipients of U.S. aid. I mean, it should. But there was no mistaking that it was intended to mollify the growing criticism of American blind support for the genocide in Gaza. In May, the report as it pertains to Israel's genocide in Gaza was due. After some delay, the report was finally submitted, much to the shock of Stacey Gilbert, a 20-year State Department lawyer who resigned as a result of it. The NSM 20 report, as it was called, stated not only that there was insufficient evidence linking U.S. arms to specific human rights violations, but even more alarmingly, that the State Department did not currently assess that the Israeli government is prohibiting or otherwise restricting the transport or delivery of U.S. humanitarian assistance in Gaza. So, just outright lies. Anyone paying attention at the time knew that this was a blatant lie. Thank you. I appreciate this level of candor, even if I think there's some nuance in it where it's like it's obviously not true, but some people can convince themselves that it is because they don't want to believe what the truth would imply, and some people don't find that to be an exculpatory fact. I don't know if I think it's exculpatory, but I do think it's a thing that happens, and so it's worth acknowledging and understanding and incorporating into your understanding of like why some people seem to just not get it. This was her position. Oh, no. Yeah. Gilbert told Hamakor that the report was shocking in its mendacity, adding, everyone knows think of anyone who has said Israeli obstruction is not an issue. That's why I object to that report saying that Israel is not blocking humanitarian assistance. That is patently false. 20-year State Department veterans don't make statements like that lightly, even after they leave. Biden officials also spoke about how Netanyahu obstructed ceasefire deals that would have freed the Israeli hostages held in Gaza, fearing the end of the genocide and what it would mean for him personally and politically. Exactly. Biden's efforts to broker Israeli-Saudi normalization were similarly frustrated by Netanyahu's refusal to offer even a glimmer of hope for Palestinians. There were also views expressed to Hamakor that Netanyahu didn't want to give Biden that victory, preferring that a Saudi deal be a Trump accomplishment. It all paints a very clear picture of Biden going out of his way, enduring humiliations and insults, even breaking U.S. law and violating his own orders to facilitate a genocide in Gaza. But I think that was all clear, even if you thought he was working on a ceasefire. How both of those things could be true is confusing to me, but certainly that was clear the whole time. It comes as little surprise that figures like Sullivan seem to feel no regret, much less remorse, over allowing Netanyahu to run roughshod over them. The lack of concern about Palestinian lives is palpable here. None of this comes as any surprise to advocates for Palestinian rights, who were arguing that this was exactly what was going on from the start, but the fact that it is now being so clearly confirmed by those who were responsible is important. How much of this? Okay, this is the last section. So I'll read this and then we'll, I guess, pivot. Accountability for Democrats. The importance of these confirmations was underlined by a very simple tweet from Representative Ilhan Omar. She shared the drop site news report on the Hamakor interviews and commented, "We all knew they weren't working tirelessly on a ceasefire and it was all a lie." Her use of the word tirelessly was clearly intentional. It was the buzzword that was used by Biden, but even more by Kamala Harris on the campaign trail. It was the word that AOC used in lying to cover for Harris. This isn't Omar trying to get Harris, much less AOC. To the contrary, sorry, on the contrary, she is actually continuing the efforts of many Palestine. Sorry, sorry, of many Palestine solidarity activists in and around the Democratic Party who were desperately trying to get Harris and other center right Democrats to understand that their lies about Gaza were sanitizing a genocide and putting Donald Trump back in office. And that is so important to emphasize that these weren't people who were saying you won't win our votes if you don't go back. Like, I think the uncommitted Democrat movement still endorsed Harris in the end. That's not what they're saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you won't win other people's votes because other people don't listen to this show. So even if I go on and say vote for Kamala, they're not going to hear it. They're going to be thinking like, what have the Democrats done for me lately? And if you say that's selfish, well then I would point you to I would point you to everything going on all over the place and say that our culture emphasizes and validates selfishness. And so like it seems kind of again churlish at the end after that bites you in the ass to go like, I can't believe everyone is so selfish and self-involved. It's like, so are you. It just so happens that you happen to be falling into the group that's inclusive into like the selfishness the Democrats want you to cultivate and not excluded from it. It wasn't only the policy on Gaza, which was opposed by a vast swath of American voters who might have been convinced to otherwise vote for Harris and prevent Trump's return. Again, see, I don't even know. It could be true. It's something that could be true, probably in like a pure numbers standpoint. It could be, but I've cautioned against taking this stance that there's something that like the Harris campaign, like an easy fix to them winning, even if this easy fix is something that I would have wanted them to do and they should have done, even if it cost them the election, I would say they should have done it. And like, unless, it was some kind of like 8D chess, which it wasn't, so it doesn't matter. Like, because there are just so many issues like this that they have not fought against. They're not all as bad as genocide, but they're just, they're myriad. There are so many issues that cause people not to vote for them. There are so many groups, and not to mention that they delegitimize themselves with every other statement. They run on gun support. So they run in ads with guns, and then they go like, well, we support gun control restrictions. They say that they don't support Trump immigration policy, but then they go around and talk about how the wall isn't built. Like they try to have their cake and eat it too. And the cognitive dissonance that they cultivate in people is something that they don't really acknowledge because they have a core support level of supporters in the media that like don't mind pivoting back and forth between talking points with nary a care or a demand for the circle to be squared in those situations. But a lot of times like they don't really even put in the effort to explain why they are doing or why they have changed or why they believe what they believe. They just rely on people to fill in the blanks themselves. And then when Trump fills in those blanks with a narrative that's not sympathetic to what they would have sort of wanted you to believe, they get mad. They go like, oh, well, no, we're engaging in a draconian drone strategy, not because all those people are bad, but because, blah, 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 blah. And then when Trump goes like, all those people are bad, they get mad that like people find that to be a more coherent like thing to believe. Thank you for the super chat from Jeremy Walker, 5 USD. Correct use of myriad. Must give money. I don't know if I used it correctly. Yes. Like a lot of people just disconnect. Like it's not about like people being convinced by media. Some people just like disengage. They go, I'm gonna solve my problem myself, and maybe they do, maybe they don't. But like certainly not gonna waste time thinking about people who aren't gonna help them if they need help. Let's see. Yeah, it wasn't only the policy on Gaza, which was opposed by a vast swath of Americans who might have been convinced otherwise to vote for Harris and prevent Trump's return. It was the utter disrespect for the wishes of her own constituents that Harris and her fellow travelers were displaying. Now Gaza has been destroyed. The number of dead, both from direct Israeli attacks and from the miserable conditions Israel is certainly far greater than the current death toll of more than 52,000. Like this, yeah, 52,000 is a vast undercounting, and it's one of the reasons why they do not want people to go into Gaza until like everyone is dead and it's been totally flattened to the point where Israel can go in first and like to hide the evidence, because they're finding mass graves full of medics and like ambulance drivers. Like they don't want there ever to be a true accounting of what happened in Gaza. And it's going to sound bad, and I think it's worth highlighting because people will always reference or index the Holocaust when it comes to this kind of genocide as a way to, explain why you should not critique or, you should not critique or accuse Israel of committing a genocide. But like people have, like, the Holocaust happened and now it's part of our history, and people have learned the lessons of the Holocaust. They've learned the lessons of conducting a genocide. And not every lesson that people learned was don't do it because it's fucking terrible and it's like the worst, most immoral thing ever. They've learned that, like, well, you have to disguise it better. You have to hide the evidence better. You have to do it and justify it in such a way that is, more easily accepted by like the vast majority of the world. And so like there is a concerted effort, and there will be a concerted effort to make sure that we don't have, or there was already one, but there will be a further concerted effort to make sure we don't have the kinds of like Nuremberg trials that we had post World War II for Israeli officials, for the Israeli media, for like, other members of the media who have supported the genocide, which happened after World War II. They want to ensure that that kind of evidence simply doesn't exist. That's why, they cut off the power in Gaza. They ensure people don't have cell phones. They kill journalists. They don't want there to be the same kind of recollection and recall and evidence that came out after the Holocaust, which still wasn't complete given all the stuff that the Nazis destroyed when they knew they were losing. Like they don't want there to be that kind of accounting for this. Whatever the future holds, whatever the future holds for the U.S. role in the region, it is virtually certain that there will be a role. As such, American advocates for Palestinians need choices that are better than having to decide between a hateful racist Trump and the actual architects of the policy of full partnership in genocide, Biden and Harris. Biden's also a hateful racist. I don't know if Harris is, but Biden is also a racist for sure. Ocasio-Cortez has a very spotty track record on Palestine, yet she also has a better one than most of Congress, a truly damning, if sadly routine statement on the American political scene. She is currently trying to build support for her progressive leadership by touring the United States with Bernie Sanders, who's perhaps the best in the Senate on Palestine, though he still falls well short of a genuinely ethical or practical stance. Absolutely true. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, that's unacceptable, but I do want you to just at least understand that a lot of people simply don't believe like I believe, or like you maybe believe too out there, which is that running interference for the Democratic Party is not a long-term sustainable strategy for, preventing fascism in America. Like, I can't force people to believe what I believe. And so I can only, express what I believe and maybe try to convince other people of it, even though I understand that like when their circumstances don't incentivize believing that, that makes it very hard. But like some people just believe that this is the best thing they can do in the short term with their platform. And, I don't believe that. So I don't know what I would do if I felt that way. But for me, it's easy. I don't think that's true. But I can't force other people to believe that. I just think that that's like a very short term decision making that is ultimately going to end up in the exact same place. AOC needs to be supported for her courageous stance last year when she named what is happening in Gaza a genocide, yet she must also be held accountable for lying for Harris about the latter's efforts to secure a ceasefire. Politics is a cynical arena. Political leaders who truly reflect the desires of their constituents are less often presented to the people than made by them. Many noted in response to drop sites reporting on HarperCollins interviews that AOC lied about ceasefire efforts to protect Harris last summer. She needs to be shown the error of this action, but not discarded out of hand for it. Yeah, because, like I said, people who believe, a lot of people, I've seen changes in people who had bigger platforms just from when they started, when Biden was running for president to where they ended up after the genocide, where it's like, oh, like some people just now understand something that maybe you and I understood, back in 2016, maybe 2012, maybe you've understood it longer if you're older than I am, longer than I've been alive, that like some of this is a false choice, and it's about like leveraging whatever options you can in the short term, but understanding that that's not a solution. That's just like, without an off-ramp, we still end up in the same location. And the Democratic Party is not offering an off-ramp. They're offering like a deceleration sometimes, but only for certain parts of the car. No, the analogy is falling apart. But like they're offering a deceleration towards fascism, but only for certain parts of the population, and I include the global population as well. So we have to include global population. She needs to be shown the error of that action. Okay, blah blah blah. Ocasio-Cortez has been caught red-handed, and her lies have been exposed by the very people she lied to protect. That can be used to press her to become someone who, if perhaps not everything that proponents of the Palestinian rights might want in a Democratic leader, can start to blaze a political trail toward a U.S. policy that respects the humanity and, more importantly, the rights of the Palestinian people. Absolutely. Good article. I'm sorry it took us an hour to get through it, but that's what you come here for. That's what you come here for. Hold on 1 second. Oh, that's nothing. Let's see. Sorry, I got a spam message. Uh, mm, okay, okay. So, Donald Duck, there is no TMR today, is there? There's no the majority report today. Is that for Liberation Day? I don't think that's true. Is that true? Is that true? That doesn't seem true. We'll see. If there's no majority report today, I will go long and I'll subject you. I will I will subject you to Black Pope conspiracy videos. I might do that anyway. I don't know. Mm, do, do, do. I see some corn pop talk, but I don't want to get into corn pop. Mm. All right. I don't see any comments that I can address. Um, yeah, no, the bank holiday in the UK, because today's a bank holiday in the UK. It's also a bank holiday a lot of other places for Liberation Day, but like not in the US. Liberation Day was Liberation Day was the day that Trump ushered in all of those tariffs in America. So that kind of goes to show. Darth Bong says Bo got his ass kicked. I assume that's in reference to Bo Nickel, who lost his first fight in the UFC to Ranier the Ritter, who used to be the two division champion in one championship, which is how I'm familiar with him. Um, he lost to that Russian guy Anatoly Malakin, who then lost to that Cameroonian guy Rug Rug, which was a good fight. The Rug Rug fight was good between those two. The fight between Ronnie the Ritter and Anatoly was not good, but honestly, but yeah, Ronnie, like I think I'm pronouncing that right. The Ritter RDR, like yeah, he took Bo to town. He really showed him some, you know, he really showed him the error of his ways. What I was going to say that didn't make any sense. Um, but to be fair, like I watch a lot more one than I watch UFC, so that made sense to me because I'm very rarely impressed by like a UFC fight. Most UFC fights are so boring. That wasn't enough. So someone in the chat says like he nut shot Bo Nickel. I don't know if I saw that. I saw some heavy knees to the midsection. He probably wasn't prepared for that level of striking because in the UFC everyone wants to wrestle all the time. or like do a big overhand swing to the face, and he just wasn't prepared for like the combinations of body and head shots. He just really wasn't. Because like UFC grappling is the game, and in one like striking really is a lot more prominent. Mm-mm. I did see him posting himself. I did see him posting pictures of himself as the Pope before. Okay, okay. What do we want to do next? I guess let's do let's do um let's do an update on where we are with the tariff situation. At least tangentially, we touched on it of with the movie tariffs, but you've probably seen in reporting and in other streams that you watch or other clips of streams that you watch that ports around America are reporting, um, incredible downtick in traffic, and by that I mean boat traffic, boat arrivals, and that's going to start having impacts on consumers, obviously. So let's watch this CNN clip. Maybe watch two of these because I've just kind of just been the forgive me if this sounds like not disrespectful, for like sadistic. I've just been waiting for the tariffs to have like a noticeable impact because I know they will. They've already had some impact. If you haven't seen, some people have been posting their import fees from like Timu or from DHL for like shipping things from China. But like things are going to get a lot worse. And so I've kind of just been waiting for that to happen. And part of the reason why is because a lot of Americans still don't understand tariffs. So I've just been waiting for them to learn. But again, maybe that makes me a bad person. So I guess we're about to hit that point. So I want to just like keep our timeline relatively, you know, well populated with like covering it.
Happening now, the last ships from China bringing cargo unaffected by President Trump's massive new tariffs are sailing into American ports. So that means the countdown to supply shortages and rising prices has officially begun.
Exactly.
Goods that were loaded after April 9th are going to be hit with a 145% tariff.
Huge tariff. Let's go to New York right now. CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich is watching all of this unfold. Vanessa, how soon will we see the prices on Chinese-made products jump here in the United States?
Wolf, it could be weeks. And as Pamela said, you have ships that are sailing across the ocean into New York ports that next week will be carrying that higher tariff of 145%. But I should note, there will be fewer ships and less cargo because it is simply too expensive for some importers to do business with China right now. So once those ships come into the U.S. ports, retailers have said that they have about 5 to 7 weeks of pre-tariff inventory. However, once that inventory runs through, and for smaller businesses, it will be less, those higher priced, higher tariffed items will make their way onto store shelves. And businesses will have to make a decision. Do they continue to place those orders with China at that higher rate? Or do they choose not to bring that product in? And that is where you can wind up with a situation of shortages. Now, JP Morgan is projecting that they expect a 75 to 80% drop in imports from China this year because of these higher tariffs, especially around back-to-school items and holiday items, because Pamela and Wolf, those items are starting to come in right now and will be coming in through October. Those are the key time periods to watch.
That's exactly what Americans are always saying, especially Americans in the suburbs with kids. They're always saying how not expensive having a kid is. Everyone is always saying how much they want to spend like more money on buying back to school supplies for their kids. Everyone's always saying that, especially in America where like a lot of times schools don't have money to supply kids with things themselves. But so, I know a lot of parents who are just like, I can't wait to spend double the amount on like buying my kids new shoes, buying my kids new clothes, buying my kids, the various things that they need for like their classes. I can't wait to spend double the amount. People are saying that all the time. They're always saying that. Just like people are always saying, I can't wait to spend more money repairing my car. I can't wait to spend more money on gifts for the holidays. People are always saying that they love going broke. it's the American dream.
For consumers.
Right, and just to follow up on that, you heard President Trump yesterday acknowledge that the price of toys could go up, that shelves won't have as many toys,
Not just toys.
for
Like
kids.
it's not toys. I mean, sure, he's going to say it's not just toys, obviously, but like he's framing it that way to make it seem that like anyone who is going to start complaining is just going to be doing so about like stupid bullshit consumer things that they don't need. You see that still on Twitter, the Everything app, where like if you point out that the shelves are going to be empty, people are like, oh, you don't want no more $13 toasters. Oh, boo-hoo, maybe you'll buy American Cuck. And it's just like, okay, sure. That's another person who just doesn't understand where anything comes from or how it's made. So like they're going to find out. But like for a while, they're going to cling on to like, it's only things people don't need. And then it's going to be like, Trump made us mad, blah, 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 blah.
But it's not just toys coming from China that American consumers buy, right?
Oh, yeah, we buy a ton of stuff from China. We get apparel, footwear, electronics, microchips that are used for anything that beeps. These are key items that we rely on China for, and we get more apparel, shoes, and electronics from China than any other country. And Pamela, I have spoken to retailers and supply chain economists about whether or not they can reposition to manufacture in other countries and then bring that product in from those countries. It takes too long to set that up, and it is not going to replace now that deficit of product that we normally get from China, Pamela.
McDonald's, for its part, just reported its worst quarter since the height of the pandemic. Is Trump's trade war to blame for that?
Yeah, in some ways it is, because this is the second decline in quarter that we have seen back to back. A decline of 3.6% in same-store sales. That is the worst since COVID in 2020, when people were told to stay home. And the CEO of McDonald's says this is because of economic uncertainty, and they're just not seeing the foot traffic.
Might also be because of the genocide and people boycotting, but I'm sure it's helpful to be able to go like, yeah, we're failing just for the same reasons other companies are failing. It's not the boycott. Although I definitely think that they're also being impacted by this. Probably also being impacted by the fact that like people associate Trump with McDonald's. And so if you're thinking of a place to eat, you go like, do I want to eat at McDonald's, the place that Trump likes, or do I want to go to like Wendy's or Burger King? And you're probably like, maybe I'll just go to Wendy's or something. Not to mention they also just had that onion scare where a bunch of people got like E. coli. I think someone died or two people died. So McDonald's is not in the best place right now brand wise.
Traffic. I will say that it's not just McDonald's. You have Chipotle, you have Domino's, you have Starbucks, all reporting weaker earnings just
Starbucks,
because of this
another
economic uncertainty, consumer sentiment declining, and consumers starting to pull back in their purchases.
We're also getting a new look at the scope of the DOGE sweeping job cuts here in the United States. Vanessa, tell us about that.
Yeah, we were waiting to see when these cuts would really show up in data, and we're getting it right now. We're hearing from Challenger and Gray, this new report signaling that government jobs were the largest cuts all year of any type of industry. The cuts were up 680% from the same time period last year, amounting to over 280,000 job cuts from the federal government. We will note, though, that also other industries are expecting to do layoffs in the month of April. We just finished the month of April, but they were projecting layoffs up over 100,000. Compare that to last year, guys, when it was 64,000. So really, this all just paints that picture of uncertainty for businesses as they're trying to figure out how to position their business among this trade war.
Vanessa Yurkevich, thank you as always, Wolf.
And the price of toys, so many of those toys being imported from China, is going to go up and up and up. And if you were planning, I know you have 3 little kids, spending, let's say, $100 for various toys coming up over the next few months, you could wind up spending about $150 for all those toys because of the tariffs that are now being imposed.
And it's why you're seeing a lot of...
Well, I mean, not if all those toys are Chinese. You would be looking at spending, well, what? If it's $100, it'd be $245, right? I mean, unless the tariffs are being not compounded all at once. So it's going to be a lot more than 50% more expensive if they're all coming from China. It's going to be 145% more expensive. So you can afford, which really means you can only afford a third of the toys you would normally buy but you're still going to be spending the same amount.
People stockpiling right now. They're trying to get that in, buy those future gifts before the tariffs really hit,
Right.
because it can have a big impact on a lot of
It's
American
going to have a
families.
huge impact on a lot of families out there.
Well, while Americans in the world brace for the full impact of the Trump tariffs, the head of the largest U.S. automaker is revealing the looming cost
Ooh.
in actual dollars. General Motors CEO Mary Barra says that the tariffs will slash her company's earnings between $4 and $5 billion this year. This is the first such forecast released by a major company and was delayed a few days after President Trump signed an executive order easing some auto levies, details of which we don't have. When it comes
Well, see, people talk about toys like it's going to impact children, but like adults buy toys. Like, in fact, the majority of toys are bought or purchased by adults, either for children or for themselves. So like a lot of adults, when they say toys, are like thinking, oh, like, I'm not going to be able to get like a Cabbage Patch doll for my, niece. And it's like, no, a lot of stuff you like are toys too, more or less. Like the price of a Nintendo Switch might go up. It probably won't go up by, or maybe it will. I don't know exactly where they're manufactured, but if it goes up by 145%, that's like a lot. It's like that's over double the cost of a Nintendo Switch. So like that's something that will impact you as well, not just some like fucking kid. No offense, like I don't want to be all like Ebenezer Scrooge, but like a lot of adults buy toys too, expensive toys. Like it's one thing when you budget for $100 to buy your 5-year-old a bunch of dolls, but like adults tend to buy expensive toys that mean, and sometimes I'm using the word toy to be generous, like things that they enjoy playing with as a hobby. Like, and so if you only have $150 to spend on like your toys for your kid, you'll likely still be able to buy some of those toys, just not as many. If you are saving, let's say, $1,600 to buy like a camera for your hobby, a DSLR camera for your hobby, or like a lens for your hobby, and that toy, that lens, is hit by a 145% tariff, you likely will just not have the extra money to buy that thing. Like that's just like the reality of it. Like because adults like expensive toys, so it's going to hit adults a lot harder than it hit children.
It was a day after a report showing that the U.S. economy actually contracted in the first quarter of this year. President Trump blaming his predecessor, Joe Biden, while his economic advisors played down those numbers. One economist says the 0.3% decline may actually be sugarcoating what is to come because importers and consumers are stockpiling goods ahead of the tariffs. He says the second quarter GDP could be brutal. Get another big indicator of the state of the U.S. economy tomorrow, and the April jobs numbers are announced. Keeping a keen eye on that report. Matt Egan, I want to bring him in at this point. Matt, let's start with these auto earnings, very specifically GM. We heard from her today on CNN, speaking to Erin Burnett, our colleague. What did she say about her company and tariffs, very specifically?
Yeah, Becky, GM is making it clear that these tariffs from the President of the United States are going to eat into their bottom line. GM, as you noted, really is one of the first major companies to lay out in detail just how much these import taxes are going to cost them, saying that it's going to cost this company between $4 and $5 billion this year alone. Keep in mind that tariffs are designed to help American manufacturers, and so it's telling that they're saying it's going to hurt them.
They're not designed for that. I'm sorry, they're not designed for that. That's one of many competing narratives for why they're doing them, but they're not designed to help American manufacturers, because American manufacturers might still need to import some of the things from other countries that they need to manufacture. Like there's no complex web of tariffs and subsidies and tax rebates and like government incentives into manufacturing. This is just, at its very core, a project to get companies to suck up to Trump, which just means it's crony capitalism. It's like if GM begs enough, maybe they will be exempt from these tariffs. And if they don't, they won't. And it doesn't mean anything to Trump.
them financially. Now, GM also slashed its annual profit guidance in part because Mary Barra is making clear that they are not necessarily going to pass along the cost from these tariffs to consumers in the form of higher prices. Thus, that's why it's going to eat into their bottom line. Take a listen to what Mary Barra told Erin Burnett earlier.
We do know that there's more conversations going on. For instance, the negotiations going on with Japan and South Korea, China, and many of the other countries that impact from a supply chain perspective. So we think that there's more impact potentially. But again, right now, the clarity that we got was so important because it allows us to make decisions for our footprint in the U.S. and in North America to be able to respond to the tariffs and make sure that we have a growing and strong U.S. auto industry.
So GM clearly talking about the impact here of the tariffs. And it's not just GM, right? We've heard from a number of major corporations in the last 24 hours or so. McDonald's reporting its weakest sales since COVID. Harley Davidson abandoning its financial guidance all because of tariffs. Becky?
You're keeping your eye on those jobs numbers. They are, of course, out tomorrow. Investors will be keenly awaiting those as well. What are we expecting?
Well, Becky, what's notable is in the last 24 hours or so, we've gotten 3 indicators on the U.S. jobs market, and none of them were good, right? Yesterday, we learned from ADP that private sector hiring slowed more than expected in April. There's just this morning, the jobless claims numbers, they ticked up to a 9-week high. And Challenger Gray and Christmas, the outplacement firm, they pointed out that U.S.-based employers, they announced 105,000 job cuts in April. Now, the good news is that actually represents a significant drop from March. The bad news is that's more than 60% higher than April of last year. In fact, looking back in history, this is the 3rd highest number since Challenger Gray and Christmas started tracking this back in the 1980s. The only 2 times that were higher were in 2020 during COVID and in 2009 during the Great Recession. And year to date, employers have announced a significant number of job cuts, again, more than at any point since COVID. And we've seen it in a number of different sectors, technology moving up, but most notably government layoffs have gone dramatically higher as DOGE has cut federal spending, federal workers, grants, and research as well. Nonprofits, another indicator of the DOGE effect there. And when we look at where these layoffs are taking place across the country, what stands out is that the eastern part of the United States, so far this year, there's been more than 200% increase in job cut announcements, and that has been led by Washington, D.C., which again has been most impacted by DOGE. Now, all of this sets the stage for tomorrow's much more closely watched government jobs report, and that is expected to show that U.S. payroll growth slowed sharply in April. A significant decline is expected to about 130.
What a great economy America is working towards. Supply chain shortages, the cost of goods going up across the board, working on record joblessness, record unemployment. I mean, what more could you? I'm sorry, I forgot. And also, the Gulf of Mexico has been renamed the Gulf of America. Like America's really winning right now. God, I'm so tired of winning. I feel like Slurms McKenzie. I'm just so tired of winning. I just want to, retire.
5,000 jobs added. Although, Becky, I would note that the unemployment rate is expected to stay relatively low at 4.2%. I do think, though, that some of these announcements from corporate America, some of these indicators on the labor market make you wonder how long the unemployment rate can stay this low.
Well, according to CNN, that means we have about 5 to 6 weeks before people start really feeling the rise of costs, at least in some markets, in some goods. We'll see if something happens before then. I mean, 90 days to 90 deals. It's on the table, folks. It's on the table. So I don't know if you all saw this, but Trump was on Meet the Press last night to talk about his first 100 days. and I do want to watch a little bit of that. I left it towards the end because if it's boring, I plan on turning it off. But I imagine it's not going to be boring because he's always saying something crazy. And I do think it's important to actually listen to him speak sometimes, even if sometimes you just want to like tune out. Uh, just because it's important to realize how far gone he is. I'm going to go to the bathroom one more time before we watch this because I imagine that it's going to take a while. Excuse me. I am back. Uh, Soul Life on YouTube says, "Why haven't we figured out bathroom breaks yet?" I figured it out. I just go. Just bookmark some YouTube shorts. YouTube shorts are terrible. Maybe it's the ones that I get, but YouTube shorts are terrible. I can play some music for you if you like, but I don't want to play people's videos without being here to contribute to the conversation. What if they say something I don't agree with? Also, yeah, I feel like that's like just taking people's content. Too many pee breaks. Well, talk to my overstimulated bladder. Do do do. Okay, so let's watch this Meet the Press interview. Let's see how crazy he gets in it. Um, in the first 100 days, it feels like it's been 100 years, but
This Sunday, my exclusive interview with President Trump as he marks 100 days in office. When does it become the Trump economy?
It partially is right now. I think the good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
On his handling of the economy and what his tariffs will mean for consumers.
I'm just saying they don't need to have $30. They can have $3. They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5.
How his immigration policy plans are clashing with the courts. Don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know.
And his vision to expand U.S. territory. Would you rule out military force to take Canada?
Well, I think we're not going to ever get to that point. It could happen. Something could happen with Greenland, I'll be honest.
Plus, a behind-the-scenes look inside Mar-a-Lago and how he wants to bring the feel of his private club to the White House.
It'll be a world-class, beautiful ballroom.
Joining me for insight and analysis are NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander, NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons, Simone Sanders Townsend, former chief spokeswoman for Vice President Kamala Harris, and Mark Short, former director of legislative affairs for President Trump. Welcome to Sunday and a special edition of Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history, this is a special edition of Meet the Press with Kristen Welker.
Good Sunday morning. In his first 100 days in office, President Trump has signed more than 140 executive orders and has focused on everything from the border to tariffs to foreign policy. He has pushed the limits of his executive power, clashed with the courts, and disrupted the global world order.
Yeah,
I sat down with President Trump on Friday at his private club in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, for a wide-ranging interview. We started our conversation on one of the top issues on the minds of Americans. I want to start on the economy, sir, which obviously the biggest issue for voters. We got new numbers today, better than expected job numbers.
Much better.
At the same time, the economy shrank in the first quarter. You've been arguing all week that this is President Biden's economy. Is this now your economy, sir?
Well, I think certain aspects of it are. Costs are. I was able to get down the costs, but even that, it takes a while to get them down, but we got them down good. We lost $5 to $6 billion a day with Biden. $5 to $6 billion. And I've got that down to a great number right now in a record time. You know, we're talking about 100 days. But just think of what that is. $5 billion
What's the number?
a day we're losing on trade. And we were very tough with China, as you know. We put 145% tariff on. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing. And we've essentially cut off trade relationships by putting that much of a tariff on.
Yeah, you sure did.
And that's okay. We've gone cold turkey. That means that we're not losing. You know, we lost $1 trillion to China. $1 trillion. That means we're not losing $1 trillion when we go cold turkey because we're not doing business with them right now.
Sounds like you got outcompeted in the free market, my friend. Maybe you should learn lessons from China.
And they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal very badly. We'll see how that all turns out, but it's got to be a fair deal.
When does it?
Yeah, so I was confused about what the number was, too. He said, like, Biden was using $6 billion a day. I thought that was in reference to, like, government spending or something, but it seems like he meant, like, we were importing $6 billion worth of goods a day, which is the same way of just saying people were buying $6 billion worth of shit every day, like the country was, or at least like people who produce and manufacture and like sell and, you know, stock stuff in the country were. So he was framing that as the $6 billion a day. And I guess he's saying that the government is, that the country is no longer buying things overseas anymore. So it's just, or not as much stuff apparently. So it's not that high. But again, that's a very weird way of framing that, like, people were spending money, right?
Become the Trump economy.
It partially is right now. And I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy. The bad parts are the Biden economy because he's done a terrible job. He did a terrible job on everything. From his auto pen, which I'm sure he knew nothing about some of the things he was supposedly signing.
But, sir, you acknowledge when you announced your tariffs, for example, the stock market.
That's great. That's like a great way to phrase it. Like, 'cause some people have actually believed that, like, oh yeah, like, you know, I can say that I think that Biden's economy left a lot of people behind, but comparing the trajectory of Biden's economy to the trajectory of Trump's economy is like night and day. Like, Trump is trying to drive America not just into a recession, but into a depression, like across the board. And he's trying to frame like, oh yeah, but like the good things that you like are me. The bad things that you like are your ex, right? Like, imagine if you were talking to your partner, your romantic partner, about your relationship, and she said that she's not happy, and you were like, well, the good parts of our relationship are things that I'm responsible for. The bad parts of our relationship are things that your ex is responsible for.
It dropped. It's been volatile. It has since gone up.
It is,
Do
but
you
now
take
it's going up.
responsibility
Look at
for
today.
that? Yeah. Do you take responsibility when it drops?
Ultimately, I take responsibility for everything, but I've only just been here for a little more than 3 months. But the stock market, look at what's happened in the last short period of time. Didn't it have 9 or 10 days in a row or 11 days where it's gone up?
Yes. And there have been a bunch of days where it's gone up because there were a bunch of days where it tumbled. Like, I think overall it was like it lost 5%, then it lost like 4%, then it kept, you know, losing more and more. And it has gone up since it has been clear to, I think, some investors that you're going to back down from your terrible tariff ideas. Like, it started to go up when you paused the tariffs on like Chinese tech stuff. When you rolled back the tariffs on cars. Like, it hasn't been because of your actions. It's been because of you like stopping yourself from going through with your actions. Like, and it's still not as high as it was when he took over.
The tariffs have just started kicking in, and we're doing really well psychologically. I mean, the fake news was giving me such press on the tariffs. The tariffs are going to make us rich. We're going to be a very rich country.
So let's talk about the tariffs. And I want to ask you about something you said this week. Got a lot of attention. You were at your cabinet meeting. You said, quote, I'm going to quote what you said, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30.
Yeah.
And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. Are you saying that your tariffs will cause some prices to go up?
No, I think the tariffs are going to be great for us because it's going to make us rich.
But you said some dolls are going to cost more. Isn't that an acknowledgement that some prices will go up?
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have 30 dolls. I think they can have 3 dolls or 4 dolls because what we were doing with China was just unbelievable. We had a trade deficit of hundreds of billions of dollars with China.
When you say they could have $3 instead of $30, are you saying Americans could see empty store shelves?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
I'm saying that the store shelves will have products on them that are so expensive that you will be able to afford only a tenth of the same. I'm going to decimate. No, I'm sorry. Decimate means to remove, to like reduce by a tenth. He's going to do like the opposite of that. He's going to make your money worth a tenth of what it used to be worth. That's what he's saying.
Have $30. They can have 3. They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5.
Imagine if I hate to say this, but I don't mind this time because it's really petty. But could you imagine the way the Republican party, like the MAGA chuds, would freak out if Biden said something like that? Like, normally when you make that comparison, it's like over something like, incredibly problematic or troublesome, and so it's like usually like not worth making. But like in this case, I just think that the discourse surrounding that would be so funny. Like, they would have lost their minds about Biden telling you how many dolls you can afford for your kid. Like, Biden doesn't want kids to have toys, and it's amazing. It's amazing what they get away with sometimes.
Basically saying there could be some supply shortages because of the tariffs.
We don't have to waste money on a trade deficit with China for things we don't need, for junk that we don't need.
Well, prices are already going up on some popular items. Tires, strollers.
This is such a dishonest interview already.
Wow.
Prices are down on groceries. Prices are down for oil. Prices are down for all energy.
That's not everything.
Prices are down at tremendous numbers for gasoline. And let me tell you, when you have the big thing, what he did, he spent like a stupid person, which he was, but he spent like a very stupid person. And that was bad for inflation. But what really killed us with inflation was the price of energy. It went up to $3.90, even $4, and in California, $5 and $6, right? Okay. I have it down to $1.98 in many states right now. When you go that much lower on energy, which is ahead of my prediction, because I really thought I could get it down into the 250s. We have it down at $1.98 in numerous places. But when you say costs are going up,
sound off in the chat if gas is $1.98 where you are in America. I don't know where that is. Maybe one of those old-timey gas stations that they roll up to in the middle of nowhere in a horror movie before they end up at like a camp with a slasher. That's where gas is $1.98 because they want to make sure you get to the camp. But like, other than that gas station, other than the gas station run by like, scary hillbillies before you get to the place where the wrong turn inbreds are, I don't know what gas station that is.
Even mortgage rates are going down.
Well, but let me give you some examples. These are actual examples. So you're saying the prices that are going down, some prices are going up. Tires, strollers, some clothing in the wake of your tariffs.
Excuse me, that's peanuts compared to energy. Energy is 60% of the cost.
But sir, you campaigned on a promise to bring prices down on day.
Well, I don't know. When you say strollers are going up, what kind of a thing? I'm saying that gasoline is going down. Gasoline is thousands of times more important than a stroller someplace.
But what do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief right now?
And they're getting it.
Right now? What about those
even mortgage rates?
different items I just
mortgage
mentioned?
rates are going down, despite the fact that we have a stubborn Fed.
But you said
Lazy,
dolls, even
lazy
dolls
babies
could
don't want to walk. Make them walk.
Maybe they might.
Our babies
but
crawl.
You don't need to have, as I said, 30.
Our babies in America crawl far more than Chinese babies do. Chinese babies come out of the womb walking, and it's because American babies are infantilized by the need for a stroller. Let's get them walking. Let's get them to work. Let's get them in the mines. I want that baby born on Monday and with a pickaxe and a little hard hat with a light strapped on it by Wednesday. We got to get to competing with China.
$5. You can have 2, 3, 4, and save a lot of money. We don't need to feed the
He's
beast.
obsessed with
I
dolls.
guess you're talking about this transition cost. How long should people expect that transition to last, Mr. President?
I can't tell you that. I can tell you that we're making a lot of money. We're doing great. Again, we're losing more than $5 billion a day. $5 billion a day. You don't talk about that. And right now, we're going to be at a point very soon where we're making money every day. Look,
how soon?
We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars with China. Now we're essentially not doing business with China. Therefore, we're saving hundreds of billions of dollars. Very simple.
You take me to my next question, which is about China. They've been making a number of public statements.
Very positive statements the last 24 hours.
Well, and most recently, they said before talks could happen, the U.S. would need to remove unilateral tariffs. Would you consider dropping the tariffs to get China to the negotiating table?
No. First of all, you're giving me a statement that was said a week ago. You're not giving the statement that was said today.
I have May 2nd Chinese Commerce Ministry.
Do you know what they said today?
The U.S. wants to negotiate. It should show sincerity by preparing to take actions in correcting its mistakes and canceling the unilateral tariffs.
They made, first of all, they made numerous statements.
Yes, they've made numerous
statements.
Yes.
Speak for China. It's like 50
they've made numerous
I
statements.
can give you a statement for any occasion.
Okay, give us one.
But they said today they want to talk. Look, China, and I don't like this. I'm not happy about this. China's getting killed right now. They're getting absolutely destroyed.
Okay.
Their factories are closing. Their unemployment is going through the roof.
Okay.
I'm not looking to do that to China. Now, at the same time, I'm not looking to have China make hundreds of billions of dollars and build more ships and more army tanks and more airplanes.
So you're not, just to be very clear, you're not dropping the tariffs against China to get them to the negotiating table. Those tariffs are staying on.
Why would I do that?
Would you lower them?
At some point, I'm going to lower them because otherwise you could never do business with them.
Yeah.
And they want to do business very much. Look, their economy is really doing badly. Their economy is collapsing.
So small businesses say they are being hurt by the Chinese tariffs, and some could be forced to shut down.
And many businesses are being helped.
Are you
I'm sorry if I think it goes without saying that a lot of what all of what he's saying is lies. I don't feel the need to fact check any specific lie or to remind you that he's lying, because you're all adults. You know that every word that comes out of his mouth is, if it's not a lie, it's probably an insult. I said it before and I'll say it again. I have a hard time thinking about any statement that Trump has said in the past that has been primarily factual. And I don't even just mean stuff politically. A lot of times he just says random lies for no reason. And most of the statements that I can think of him saying that are true are either completely innocuous, right? Because then he spins out into lying. So it's almost like the truth is just used as a vehicle to start lying. Or it's like an insult about Jeb Bush. And so Trump very rarely ever says just a complete truth without adding false contextualization to it or coming to a false conclusion. So I don't always just point out that he lies. Does he know he's lying? I don't think that's important to him. I think mostly he just he's an arguer. He's combative. He's argumentative. He's just about defending himself, and he lies to do that.
During tariff relief for small businesses?
Why do you always mention that, you pick up a couple of little businesses? What about the car business? They're going to make a fortune because of the tariffs. Do you know that the union, the head of the union, who is no fan of mine, Fain, Sean Fain, I guess his name is, right? He didn't endorse me. The Teamsters did. A lot of people did. A lot of unions did. But he didn't. He couldn't stand me. Now he's saying, wow, what's Trump's done for the automobile? I can't believe it. I assume he's going to probably now say the next thing he can say is, I endorse this guy. He's the greatest I've ever seen. He can't believe it's happened. He said, we've been waiting 40 years for somebody to do what Trump is doing. So why don't you mention the big car industry instead of mentioning somebody that's doing strollers?
Well, I'm just asking you about small businesses.
Just to remind you, I know I said I was going to stop every time Trump lies. You can remind the union and the car industry are different, but obviously interconnected. We just watched the clip where the head of head of GM was saying that they're projecting lower revenue. They're being impacted hard by this, obviously.
Are any discussions about giving any relief to small businesses?
They're not going to need it.
Okay.
They're going to make so much money.
Are these tariffs?
If you build your product here. Remember, there are no tariffs if you build your product here. It's very easy.
Yeah.
It's very
but
simple.
okay, but there are, aren't they? Like, he's not tariffing like raw materials. So like there are tariffs if you build your product here, because you still have to get some materials from other countries. Like, there are just some things that the United States does not have and does not make. And I don't know if this is something that people just don't understand because they don't Marx commodity fetishism. They just, they go to a store and they think that everything in the store is like there magically. And so the supply chains, the labor, the raw minerals, the goods, the design, that stuff is all obfuscated by our economy and our like consumer culture. But like, do people, you think, just don't understand that some things don't grow in America? Like they don't understand that like we can't really grow vanilla here in any real like notable quantity, because like I'm not aware of Trump offering complete like not tariffing like the companies that are like, let's say you want to manufacture something in America, he's not going to tax you for bringing in steel from China or glass from China to manufacture the things that you need to manufacture, right? Not to mention just things that we don't have here, like aluminum, like from Canada. Like, if you build stuff here, you'll still have to pay tariffs.
Simple.
Are these tariffs permanent, Mr. President?
Depends on what you're talking about. One of the things that is going to bring and has brought, so I think we probably have close to $9 trillion of investments coming into this country. If you look at other presidents, there's never been anything like that. This is over a period of 2 months. You got to give me a little break on the 1 month because we're 3 months. But, let's say we had to get started. We had a lot of fake news at the beginning, so we had to beat that down. But so let's say in 2 months. So in just a short period of time, a matter of a couple of months, we have the largest number ever in history invested in the United States and committed. We have between
just making stuff
guaranteed, spoken for, and people that are going to make a decision and announce it pretty soon, close to $9 trillion.
Yeah, so
we've never had anything close.
Then, okay.
Now, that's Apple building $500 billion worth of plants. They always built their plants in China. Now they're building their plants over here. That's the biggest computer company, the biggest chip company in the world. The chip company from Taiwan, which is the biggest in the world, is committed for $500 billion. Another one's committed for $300 billion. We have companies, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And let me tell you the other thing, very importantly, automobile companies, plant after plant after plant, Toyota, Honda, Ford, General Motors, Stellantis. I mean, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I don't like this, but it happens to be. They're stopping work in Mexico, and they're stopping work in Canada, and they're all moving here.
This is important, though. You're not taking the possibility that these tariffs could be permanent off the table. Some of them.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, because if somebody thought they were going to come off the table, why would they build in the United States?
Let me ask you about some of what Wall Street has said. Some people on Wall Street have expressed concerns that the possibility of a recession is increasing. And I want to know what you think about that. Are you comfortable with the country potentially dipping into a recession? for a period of time if you are able to achieve your long-term goals.
Well, you say some people on Wall Street say, well, I tell you something else. Some people on Wall Street say that we're going to have the greatest economy in history. Why don't you talk about them? Because some people on Wall Street say this is
well, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at, though. It's the same question.
Yeah, there are many people on Wall Street say this is going to be the greatest windfall ever happened.
And that's my question.
Remember
the
this.
long term.
Yeah, but those people that you're referring to are like crazy people out on the street wearing MAGA hats and with a sign that says "Debate me, bro," and they're just like screaming, "Donald Trump is the best president," and foaming at the mouth. Like they're not people who know anything, probably.
Is it okay in the short term to have a recession?
Look, everything's okay.
Everything's okay in the short term.
This is a transition period. I think we're going to do fantastically.
Are you worried?
He should quote Kimmy Smith. He should be like, you can put up with anything for 5 minutes, so everything's okay in the short term.
About a recession?
No.
Okay.
No. I think we're going to have the greatest economic.
I mean, are you worried it could happen? Do you think it could happen?
Anything can happen, but I think we're going to have the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think we're going to have the greatest economic boom in history.
Today's strong jobs report likely means, not clear, but likely means the Fed is less likely to lower interest rates.
Well, he should lower them, and at some point he will. He'd rather not because he's not a fan of mine. He just doesn't like me because I think he's a total stiff. And, it's just one of those things. He should lower them. And I wish the people that are on that board would get him to lower because we are at a perfect time. It's already late, but he should lower interest rates.
Do you rule out removing Fed Chair Jerome Powell?
I'm not, I get to change him very quickly anyway. It's in a very short period of time.
In 2026. You're not going to remove, you don't have plans to remove him before 2026 when his time's up?
That was a total, why would I do that? I get to replace the person in another short period of time.
And when we come back, President Trump's deportation plans have him clashing with the courts. Don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know.
Clashing with the courts is a really funny way to say constitutional crisis, but yeah.
Welcome back. President Trump vowed during the campaign to carry out the largest deportation operation in U.S. history. But in his first few months in office, President...
Quack the Duck on Twitch says, is the title true? Did Trump actually ban anime? Only isekai. He's offering an exemption on the movie tariffs for typical shonen and shoujo anime. So you'll still get to see your Apothecary Diaries. You'll still get a chance to see the next season of Jujutsu Kaisen. You'll still get a chance to see the next season of Chainsaw Man. But if you're waiting for, Shangri-La Frontier Season 3 or the next, Sword Art Online iteration, you're going to be paying out the nose for that. I'm sorry.
Trump is clashing with the courts as he executes his plans. Let's talk about the border.
Okay.
Let's talk about deportations. Border crossings are at their lowest level ever recorded. Is the border...
Is that good?
Is the border now secure?
Yeah, it's really secure.
No, not really.
It's absolutely
Isn't that good
secure.
that when you say that, doesn't that just sound
No.
good? After being abused
If you're stupid,
for years
yeah.
by an incompetent president that allowed people to pour through an open border, criminals from all over the world, murderers and insane people from mental institutions and insane asylums, isn't it?
I think this is like a trait I share with Trump, and I'm not saying that makes him good or me bad. I'm just saying that's something we share. Like when words have multiple meanings, I hear one, I do sometimes get obsessed with the other meaning, and I really feel like he heard asylum referencing like the like the immigration process, the like type of visa, and he has not been able to get out of his head like insane asylum, like Arkham Asylum for like the Joker, for Batman villains. He just conflates them all the time. He has not stopped talking about immigrants coming from insane asylums into United States of America, which I don't think is happening in any great number, but I have not fact checked that recently, so I guess that makes me fake news.
Isn't it a beautiful thing when you say it's the most secure it's ever been in the history of our country. Isn't that a nice statement?
Well, I'm curious to know what it means. You declared a national emergency on the southern border. The order is still in place.
By the way,
even
it
though
means
you're saying
exactly
the
what you
border's secure.
said. It means we have the most secure border we've ever had.
Well, and I guess the question
complicated.
becomes, when will you know that the emergency is over? Are you planning to lift it at some point? Is it necessary? Because obviously the military is involved. Will you lift that emergency?
Well, the biggest emergency is the courts aren't allowing us to take really.
We're going to
bad
talk
people
about
out.
that, but talk to me first
that's
about
to me
this.
the emergency.
Talk to me first about this.
The border
emergency.
now is not the emergency. The border is it's all part of the same thing, though. The big emergency right now is that we have thousands of people that we want to take out, and we have some judges that want everybody to go to
Some
court.
of them you appointed, sir, including
That's all right.
3 on the Supreme Court.
They change. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how that happens,
Yeah.
but they do change.
Just to
Sometimes
button
your
this
dogs
up, though,
turn
are you
into snakes.
planning
What do you
to
want me
lift
to
that
say?
emergency order anytime soon? Now that the border's secure,
We have an
You say the
emergency. We
border's
have a
secure.
massive emergency overall. It's an overall emergency on immigration. And if the courts don't allow us to take people out, if we had to have a court case, think of it, every single person, we have millions of people. We're going to have millions of court cases. Figure 2 weeks a court case, it would be 300 years.
So let's talk about.
And so, like, that's just called due process. Yes, you are required by law, by the Constitution, by the various rulings about this exact thing to provide, to have due process if you are a person in the United States of America. The Supreme Court has ruled on this in the past, and it seems like their most recent rulings against him also uphold this, even if they're not, they're a little bit mealy-mouthed in the way they phrased it. They're a little bit like vague in the way they phrased it, because this is so dangerous, and people who don't understand that it's a straight line from, oh, well, immigrants who are inherently criminalized by nature of their identity because they crossed the border, and we're going to turn that from like a civil infraction to like a criminal infraction, don't deserve due process. They don't deserve to be actually tried for their infraction and adjudicated on. It's going to be a hop, skip, and a jump from that to like, well, this citizen has been accused of a crime. And in fact, we've arrested so many citizens this week for crimes against the Trump administration, from crimes against the Gavin Newsom administration, from crimes against the Nick Fuentes administration, that like we can't possibly provide due process in the way that the courts normally mean, which is like having trials for all of them. We'll just have to put them all in jail, and the due process will just be something else. It's on the horizon. We've already deported American citizens. You might consider them to be American citizens by nature of like, being born to undocumented immigrants and somehow less valid, but that's not what the law considered them. We've already deported permanent residents, or we're trying to deport permanent residents. Like it's happening. It's happening right now. The American people are, at least some portions of them are voluntarily signing over their rights because they've heard a few bad words. They've heard a few bad people are around, and so no one can have rights anymore. And the only reason so many people are willing to do that is because they legitimately just lack the critical thinking skills and empathy to understand how this will eventually impact them, and why, even if it didn't, it should not matter, because people deserve human rights even if they're not Jew. But it definitely will impact them, for sure. When they start complaining about the supply, maybe when they start complaining about the empty shelves, it'll start impacting them, because you'll just be someone who's against the policy, the foreign policy of the American government, because you're, a dissident on the tariffs.
About this, because obviously you've had a back and forth with the Supreme Court. In a 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court directed your administration to facilitate the return, you've talked about this in the past, of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, from a prison in El Salvador, whose deportation your administration called an administrative error. You said in a recent interview you could bring him back, but you won't. Are you defying the Supreme Court, sir?
No, I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in the legality or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that, and that's why I have a great DOJ. We have a great one. We had a very corrupt one before. Now we have a great one. And they're not viewing the decision the way you said it. They don't view it that way at all. They think it's a totally different decision.
Well, you say you have the power to bring him back, though. Your attorney general says, quote, that's up to El Salvador. Just to put a fine point on this, do you have the power to bring Abrego Garcia back as the Supreme Court?
Well, I have the power to ask for him to come back if I'm instructed by the attorney general that it's legal to do so. But the decision as to whether or not he should come back will be the head of El Salvador. He's a very capable man.
Well, you know, and your attorney general has said the issue is with that word facilitate. Will you seek clarification from the Supreme Court? Do you need to go back to the Supreme Court?
We may do that. I was asking about that. We may do that.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says
I don't know. It seems it might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million.
Yeah, see, Trump is a moron, and so he can't even work to obfuscate the reality of his policies and how illegal and unconstitutional they are, the same way that J.D. Vance and like Marco Rubio and Pam Bondi can. And because like, what they would say in this situation is that like due process does not mean judicial process. They would say that like, you know, they might repeat some of the same things that he's saying, but they would rely on that same kind of precedent that the Obama administration kind of started with droning that 16-year-old American. Like you're not, you know, entitled to judicial process would be like the way that they would frame this. He just says like, I don't know what the Constitution says.
Trials.
I think it's great that we just have presidents like this now, that like each president is now just like a mentally impaired old man who can barely string together 2 coherent sentences. And if they do, they're bigoted. They're bigoted sentences.
Thousands of people that are some murderers and some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth.
But
some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And
that's not true. That's not true. Because if they were, they would be in the Trump White House.
Get them the hell out of here. And the courts are holding me from doing it.
But even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me.
You don't need to respond by saying you have lawyers. You respond like, of course I will.
What you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. They have a different interpretation.
Is anyone in your administration right now in contact with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia to the United States?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the Attorney General.
Let me check my signal
chat. Let's talk about some of the other actions you've taken over the past 100 days. Last month, you directed your Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to review 2 people who you perceive to be your political adversaries. And yet you told me in December that you would not direct the Justice Department to investigate your political...
One thing he hasn't directed Pam Bondi to do is to release the unredacted Epstein files.
What changed?
Well, no, I just look at people, and I'm not directing anybody. They looked at these 2 people. They might have known it, or they might have heard it from 2 years ago. One person said, he knew me so well. He was, I think, on CNN or MSDNC, but they're both failing networks. You're happy to know, even though one of them, I guess, is related to you in one form or another, although they're trying to cut him loose as fast as possible. But it was well known.
He's so cooked now. He's so like he's a shell of his former self. Like the Trump that I remember from 2016 would never make excuses about deferring to third parties. Like I don't know about the Constitution. I don't know. Like Pam Bondi will tell me. He's totally, he's complaining about American companies, or really about China luring American companies into outsourcing their jobs and manufacturing over there, and like global supply chains and shit like that. But he's totally checked out. He's totally outsourced his presidency to a handful of billionaires, a handful of like Republican Party flackies, and more than a handful of like sex criminals. But yeah, he's totally not in it the same way.
It was almost like he was my brother. I don't even know who he is. Maybe he was there. Maybe he was in the Oval Office a few times as a surrogate for, somebody in some form of government, along with 25 other people that sat in the back of the room or stood in the back of a room. I have no idea who this guy is. And he's out there. And then he did a book called Anonymous. I think that's really subversion. I think it's spying. It's something really bad.
But you passed
And
an
I think
executive
he's-
order
no, no.
calling for
I
the
think
attorney
he's
general
been
to
looked at
investigate that.
for a long time. And the other one said that the election was so wonderful. It was such a, well, it turned out it wasn't a wonderful election. It was a corrupt election.
You said you wanted to unify the country. Does going after political foes undercut that goal?
No, not at all. No, we want
Doesn't?
honest people.
Okay.
I think you have to do that. We want honest people in this country.
Let me ask you big picture. People who have lived in countries like the Philippines, Hungary, Russia, they look at some of your actions going after civil service, going after universities, law firms, the media. They say it's out of an authoritarian playbook. What do you say to those who believe you are taking the country down an authoritarian path?
Well, there you go again. Why don't you ask it a different way? Many people wanted to come into our country. Many people love Trump. I won the election. They didn't win the election. I got a lot more votes than they did. I won the popular vote. I won all
Here he goes
7
whining
swing
again.
states
Oh,
by
God.
a lot. A lot of people were surprised. I said, I think he could win 4, maybe 5. No, I won all 7, and I won by a lot. And I won, actually, I think there was a lot of hanky-panky going on, but it was too big to rig. That's the good news. It's too big to rig. But let me just say, so when you make these statements about, people say this, well, you know, they had their chance at the election and they lost big. So you should ask the question differently. You should say, what about the people that want to be in this country? What about the people that love this
It
country?
doesn't make any sense at all, obviously. But even if you win the election, right, it doesn't give you the right to violate the Constitution as president. Like, if you want to violate the Constitution, it requires, an amendment to the Constitution. It requires, at the very least, right, if you can't get an amendment, the Supreme Court not checking you on violating the Constitution. You don't just say, well, people voted me in, and so those people are against human rights, and so I'm going to violate human and civil rights. Like, a popular mandate doesn't give you the right to violate human and civil rights, obviously. That's why we have human and civil rights.
But what do you say? I'm asking it on behalf of those people to give you a chance to respond to them. What do you say to those people, sir?
Those people are going to be very happy. They're going to have to see some results. And I think we had a great 100 days. There are a lot of people that say it was unprecedented. It was an absolutely unprecedented 100 days. And I hope that they're going to be right.
Do you see dissent as an essential part of democracy?
It's a part of democracy. It is. You're always going to have
Important
dissent.
part of democracy?
Yeah, you're always going to have, Kristen, you're always going to have dissent. There's nothing you're going to do about that.
We're going to have haters.
Am I going to get 100% unified? It would be a strange place. I can't even imagine it where 100%. Look, you have people that are good people. They're very smart people. And they honestly believe we should have open borders and the entire world should be allowed to pour into our country.
I think that.
I think it's a 95-5 issue, but they believe it. They're not even bad people. Some of them are bad. You have people that honestly believe that men should be allowed to play in women's sports. Some of these people, I don't know any. I haven't been able to find any, but they exist. They say it's an 80-20 issue. I don't believe that. I think it's a 97-3 issue.
Do you think people should have the right to criticize you without fear of reprisal?
Absolutely. Yeah, I do. That I do.
And how do you square
And I
that?
think that happens.
How do you square that with the fact that you have passed these executive orders asking the Attorney General to look into some of the people who've criticized you, who've been harshest against
I
you?
have been investigated more than any person in the history of the United States of America. I've been investigated more than the late, great, as I say at my rallies, Alphonse Capone. Alphonse Capone was a nasty man. He was the highest level gangster. And I have been investigated more than Al Capone, more than anybody. These people are evil people, and I won. And I'll tell you what, all I want to happen is for the Department of Justice and the FBI. Pam is great and Cash is great. I think they're two great people, but they're their own people. They want to do a fantastic job. And all I want to do and all I want to ask for is that they be allowed to do their job. I'm not telling them to do anything, and I believe I have the right to do it. I'm, in theory, the top law enforcement officer as the president. We went over this once before, and it turned out I was right. But I'm not looking to use that. We have two great people, and we have many, many incredible people under them, and I just want them to do their job and do it well.
When we come back, will President Trump step down at the end of his time in office? The Trump Organization is selling hats that say Trump 2028. Are you seriously considering a third term?
I don't know why they follow him up with stupid shit like that, honestly. Like,
welcome back.
That's such a stupid thing to even engage in. Like, he would have at this point, assuming the tariffs go the way they have to go by nature of it being reality and not some sort of like GOP fantasy. Like, it would just have to be a military takeover of the country. It would have to just be like a military coup, because once he's done immiserating all of the people who aren't just like slavish Trump devotees, they'll either stay home or they won't, or they'll vote for whatever like slop candidate the Democratic Party puts in front of them, which, you know, won't make me exactly happy, but certainly won't translate to him being a 2028 president. Like, that's just his way of continuing the conversation. Like, I'm so popular and I'm going to be popular forever. He wasn't even popular after the first 2 years of his first presidency. So, like, I mean, I don't see how he would win.
About foreign policy, sir. You just signed a minerals deal with Ukraine. It's a sign, it seems, that the United States is invested in Ukraine's future. The Secretary of State told me this is a very critical week. Are you any closer to reaching a peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia?
I hope so.
How would you characterize
I do believe we're closer with one party and maybe not as close.
She should have been like, you were crying about your man's Putin last week. What happened with that? Like, you were crying, you know, begging him to stop and shit. Like, what's going on with your buddy, kid?
Close with the other, but we'll have to see. I'd like to not say which one we're closer to, but we did do a deal for the American people that was good. We were able to get rare earth. You know, the Europeans are getting paid back. They have a loan. We didn't. Biden just gave him $350 billion. He has no idea where the money is, what happened. And at least we'll, in one form or another, get our, I don't feel so foolish. And remember this is Biden's war. This was a war that was never going to happen if I were president. This is a horrible, horrible war. And I get to see shots of soldiers through, you know, satellite that are just so terrible. 5,000 soldiers are being, look, 5,000 soldiers a week on average are dying. They're not American soldiers, but I want to solve the problem. They're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers. And if I can save 5,000 souls, I just love doing it.
How long do you give both countries before you're going to walk away?
Well, there'll be a time when I will say, okay, keep going, keep being stupid.
When does that come? Are you close to it?
Sometimes I get close to it and then positive things happen, okay?
What's the red line for you? At what point do you say, that's it, we're walking away?
Well, you'll know. I mean, there'll be a time when I may say that. And if I do, there may be something I can't, maybe it's not possible to do. There's tremendous hatred, just so you understand. Kristen, we're talking tremendous hatred between these two men and between, you know, some of the soldiers, frankly, between the generals. They've been fighting hard for 3 years. I think we have a very good chance of doing it.
Very quickly, if you do walk away, would that mean that you would pull military and intelligence?
I don't want to say that now. It's too early to say that. I don't want to get into that argument.
Let's move on to Canada. You have long talked about making Canada the 51st state. There's obviously a new Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, who you spoke to after his victory. He says that you didn't talk to him in that call about making Canada a 51st state.
No, he called me. He was very nice, and I congratulated him. He had a victory. It's a very close victory. It's, you know, there's no majority or anything, so that's going to make things a little bit difficult, I think, for him to run. But he nevertheless had a victory, and he's a very nice man, I think.
Do you plan to talk to him about making Canada a 51st state?
He wants to come and see me. He's going to come this week or next week.
So will you talk to him about making Canada a 51st state, annexing Canada?
I'll always talk about that. You know why? We subsidize Canada to the tune of $200 billion a year. We don't need their cars. In fact, we don't want their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't even want their energy. We have more than they do. We don't want their lumber. We have great lumber. All I have to do is free it up from the environmental lunatics. We don't need anything that they have. We're giving them. I asked Mr. Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau. I said, not Prime Minister, Governor. I said, Governor Trudeau, could I ask you one question? Why are we giving you $200 billion? Why are we subsidizing Canada? If Canada was a state, it wouldn't cost us. It would be great. It would be such a great, it would be a cherished state. And if you look at our map, if you look at the geography, I'm a real estate guy at heart. When I look down at that without that artificial line that was drawn with a ruler many years ago, we just
so now borders are artificial and arbitrary. When you're talking about the border between the U.S. and Mexico, it's like a hard line that we have to militarize. But when you want to like absorb Canada, suddenly, who even knows why that line got there? What stops us from being just one country? Funny how that works.
It's an artificial line, goes straight across. You don't even realize what a beautiful country it would be. It would be great. But I don't think the American public wants me to pay $200 billion a year to subsidize Canada. Again, remember this.
Yeah.
We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We don't need anything.
$200 billion a year to subsidize Canada? Like, do we do that? Do we give Canada $200 billion a year? That seems like a lot of money. Like, I gotta look that up. Excuse me for fact checking this. American, Canada, $200 billion a year. Is that just in commerce? Yeah. Okay. So there's like immediately the first thing that pops up is that like Donald Trump claimed in a presser on Thursday that the United States subsidizes Canada with $200 billion a year. However, the claim is false as the U.S. does not provide any direct financial subsidy to Canada. So I have to assume that he's just, well, first lying, but also just referring to like our trade. Like he acts like when you go to a grocery store and you buy food from that grocery store, you're subsidizing the grocery store, which I guess is like one way you can use that word, but I would say that it's a pretty inexact word to use when it comes to just like shopping or buying things.
We do very little business with Canada. They do all of their business practically with us. They need us. We don't need them.
You and I talked, and I asked you if you would rule out military force to take Greenland, and you said no, you don't rule out anything. Would you rule out military force to take Canada?
Well, I think we're not going to ever get to that point. It could happen. Something could happen with Greenland. I'll be honest. We need that for national and international security.
But not
I
with
think
Canada?
it's highly unlikely. I don't see it with Canada. I just don't see it. I have to be honest with you.
Okay, but you don't rule it out for Greenland.
And by the way, Canada, they spend less money on military than practically any nation in the world. They pay NATO less than any nation. They think we're subsidized. They think we are going to protect them. And really, we are.
Protect them from who?
But the truth is,
who do they need protection
they
from?
don't carry their full share, and it's unfair to the United States and our taxpayers.
But you are not ruling out military force to take Greenland.
I don't rule it out. I don't say I'm going to do it, but I don't rule out anything. No, not there. We need that. We need Greenland very badly. Greenland is a very small amount of people, which we'll take care of and we'll cherish them and all of that. But we need that for international security.
The Trump organization is selling hats that say Trump 2028.
Yeah.
Are you seriously considering a third term, Mr. President, even though it's prohibited by the Constitution? Or is this about staying politically viable?
I will say this. So many people want me to do it. I have never had requests so strong as that. But it's something that, to the best of my knowledge, you're not allowed to do. I don't know if that's constitutional that they're not allowing you to do or anything else, but there are many people selling the 2028 hat. But this is not something I'm looking to do. I'm looking to have 4 great years and turn it over to somebody, ideally a great Republican, to carry it forward. But I think we're going to have 4 years, and I think 4 years.
He's looking to hold his position of prominence in the party for as long as possible, so he can still get his taint tickled by sycophants every day. Like he likes that Republicans are forced to be incredibly sycophantic to him. and especially since Republicans are like really, really like submissive when they comes to stuff like this. It's like he likes that. He wants to hold that forever. But I mean, I don't think that he's going to run for a third term, and I don't think that if he did, he'd win.
Plenty of time to do something really spectacular.
The Constitution does prohibit it. Some of your allies are pretty serious about this, though, Mr. President. I've spoken to them. They say they are coming up with potential ways.
Well,
obviously, the biggest one would be a constitutional amendment.
That's because they like the job I'm doing, and it's a compliment.
Has anyone in an official capacity presented you with, sir, here are some ideas by which you could actually get a constitutional amendment?
In a capacity of being a big supporter, many people have said different things, but I'm not looking at that.
You have built a political movement that has transformed the Republican Party. It's transformed the country, quite frankly.
Political movement in history, MAGA. Make America great again.
When you look to the future, Mr. President, do you think the MAGA movement can survive without you as its leader?
Yes, I do.
What gives you
I think it's so strong, and I think we have tremendous people.
I don't think so. I think it just splinters off into a bunch of different, equally or more destructive conspiracy theories in fringe political groups. Obviously, a certain portion of those people will get folded back into the Republican Party, but I think that you see the schism already. Like you see the MAGA movement, what was the MAGA movement, and by that I mean people who were part of the first Donald Trump hype train, people who were even maybe brought into the political system by the first Donald Trump hype train. I think a lot of those people have left him behind. Maybe not a critical mass yet, but you know me, I watch a lot of right-wing content in my free time. I watch a lot of conspiracy content. I watch a lot of people who are way far gone. And what I hear from a lot of them is that they used to be Donald Trump supporters in 2016, and then he did X. He signed Project Warp Speed, which brought in vaccine technology that's going to rewrite all of our DNA and turn us into lizard people or something. He is pro-Israel, and I'm just a Nazi. I'm just a Nazi now. Some people even really, it's hard to imagine this amongst people who pretend to be Republicans, but some people are actually turned off by his connections to the Epstein stuff. So a lot of people have just gone further than Trump, gone further down that rabbit hole in ways that make them incompatible with the way Trump is now. There are certain not Republicans, but there are certain right wingers out there who just think Trump is he's not deporting enough people. He's deporting people who are critical of Israel, but not all of the Mexican rapists. That stuff is all fake. It's he's lost a lot of that support because he's broken people's brains in such a way that they will constantly be chasing a new high and be thinking contrarianism is the height of political sophistication, and that just means that they're going to be contrary to him at some point. It's an addictive way of thinking that you can't really always trap people into one ecosystem or one mode forever. They just go further, they get further and further indoctrinated. So I think that there will be a post-Trump political movement, and it'll probably be something that he ushered in, but has long since moved past him.
Tremendous group of people. We talked about a number of them. You look at Marco, you look at J.D. Vance, who's fantastic. You look at, I could name 10, 15, 20 people right now just sitting here. No, I think we have a tremendous party. And you know what I can't name? I can't name one Democrat. I mean, I look at the Democrats, they're in total disarray. They have a new person named Crockett. I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person. And they said, she's the future of the party. I said, you have to be kidding. I don't know what they're going to do. And I really believe in a two-party system. Because it's good to be challenged. It's really good to have a two-party. It's good. Being challenged is okay. It keeps you sharp. I don't know what they're going to do. They have nobody. Bernie's 87 years old or something. And Biden is the worst thing that ever happened to old people because he was grossly incompetent. And I think maybe for artificial reasons. He had operations and things. So maybe that's an artificial. But I know people that are unbelievably sharp, and they're older than 87. But I watch Bernie Sanders. He's a nut job, but he's still sharp.
I mean,
he's sharp as he's the same guy.
So this is one of those moments where I said Trump lies all the time, But then sometimes he says something that is just like accurate, and usually it's an insult. And this is definitely true about Joe Biden. And it's people really focus on his age as why specifically he is where he was the way he was. I mean, he still is the way he is, but you know what I mean? Like while president. But a lot of that has to do with his specific medical issues that he's had, not necessarily all of the like the facelifts he's had, which he has had obviously, but the strokes. And they've papered over that to try to make it about his age specifically so people can be called ageist. Not that ageism is something that like Americans take very seriously, even though it is a protected class that if you violate when you are hiring or if you violate on your job, you will be like, you can be sued for. Like, it's not a type of bigotry that Americans really take seriously, the same way they take like racism or misogyny seriously sometimes. But it wasn't because Joe Biden was old specifically. There are older people who are sharper than Joe Biden. There are younger people who are less sharp than Joe Biden because of the same issues Joe Biden had with strokes or whatever. And so that's just something we have to contend with too. Like, Joe Biden wasn't that way because he was old, but because he had like multiple brain related medical incidents.
He was. He hasn't gone down, but Biden is really
Trump is
the
terrible
worst thing
too,
to happen
but
to old people.
I know that you are only 100 days in, but as we sit here today,
Trump is obviously mentally unfit too, but he's just better able to articulate himself in such a way that it doesn't matter. And his audience is less susceptible to caring about stuff like that because, you know, a lot of them aren't very smart either.
who do you see as your successor, Mr. President?
Well, it's far too early to say that, but I do have a vice president, and typically,
Do you?
And JD's doing a fantastic job.
Is he?
He would be at the top of the
It
list?
could very well be. I don't want to get involved in that. I think he's a fantastic, brilliant guy. Marco is great. There's a lot of them that are great. I also see tremendous unity, but certainly you would say that somebody's the VP. If that person is outstanding, I guess that person would have an advantage. But I think the other people would all stay in unbelievably high positions. But, it could be that he'd be challenged by somebody. We have a lot of good people in this party.
And when we come back, President Trump talks about his legislative agenda, plans for a military parade, and reveals how he wants to build a ballroom at the White House.
Oh, so the important stuff.
Welcome back. After our interview, President Trump gave us a rare inside look into his ornate Florida home and private club, Mar-a-Lago. He shared new details with us about his grand plans for the White House, his legislative agenda, and his vision for a military parade next month.
We will.
President Trump greeting supporters at an RNC fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago, showing us the main ballroom at his private club, and sharing new details about the one he plans to build at the White House.
We are going to make and build a ballroom, which they've wanted for probably 100 years at the White House. And
let me tell you, folks, you're going to see some of the worst dancing you've ever seen in that ballroom.
It will be a world-class, beautiful ballroom.
A ballroom that could cost millions of dollars. He says he will pay for it himself. You will fund it.
Yeah. I'm not going to ask the government for money. I'll fund it, and I'm sure we'll have some donations to it. But
that's right.
It's not an inexpensive thing.
Companies can
fund
fund
a lot of money.
The president also told me that next month he's planning a military parade celebrating the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army that also falls on his 79th birthday.
We're going to have a big, beautiful parade.
A military parade?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
We're going to celebrate our military. We have the greatest military in the world.
Tag?
People, peanuts compared to the value of doing it. We have the greatest missiles in the world. We have the greatest submarines in the world. We have the greatest army tanks in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. And we're going to celebrate it.
As supporters snapped photos, we spoke about the future of TikTok. The president telling me he's willing to extend the deadline for the Chinese-owned app that was banned in the U.S. Would you extend that deadline if there's still no deal? You already put one extent. You would.
I would.
So you're going to you want to see a deal.
I'd like to see it done. I have a little sweet spot in my heart because, as you know, I won young people by 36 points. That's a lot. No Republican ever won young people, and I won it by 36 points. And I focused on TikTok So perhaps I shouldn't say this, but I have a little warm spot in my heart for TikTok. TikTok is it's very interesting, but it'll be protected.
Finally, as we toured the club, I pressed the president on his tax cut package, making its way through Congress. What happens if it comes to your desk, has the tax cuts, but also cuts to Medicaid? Would you veto that?
Well, we're not doing that.
Would you
we're
veto
not,
that?
I would if they were cutting it, but they're not cutting it. They're looking at fraud, waste, and abuse, and nobody minds that. If illegal immigrants are in the mix, if people that aren't supposed to be there, people that are non-citizens are in the mix, nobody minds that. Waste, fraud, and abuse. But we're not cutting Medicaid, we're not cutting Medicare, and we're not cutting Social Security.
And you can watch my full interview with President Trump at meetthepress.com. When we come back, the panel is next.
No, please, no panels. It's probably terrible. I can only even imagine what they're going to say. Well, that was basically what you would expect, right? I don't know if that was a surprise for anybody. He basically just lied the whole time, minimized what he's doing and its impact on the economy, minimized his authoritarianism, minimized. They did the barest minimum of pushing back against him. For whatever reason, whether it's to normalize him, because ultimately he is just a normal part of our political process. Just the fact that our political process is moving closer and closer towards fascism, or because they're afraid that he's going to sue them, like he sued that other media company. But or they're just afraid that if they push him too hard, he won't come back for another interview, which means that they just won't get the access they need to do the kind of journalism and make the kind of money they want to make. But obviously not a super adversarial interview. But yeah, I guess we're a little over. We're 12:40. It's 12:40, so I don't mind wrapping up. I know we haven't gone on for a while, but obviously we're back, and so we will be streaming tomorrow. I think likely either before or after the Majority Report. I said it in my Friday stream. I want to start doing some more streams after the Majority Report for what reasons that should be obvious, and I don't think I should have to explain to you. But yeah, so we'll probably be here tomorrow, either before or after the Majority Report. It really depends. I haven't decided yet. But yeah, let's call it there. Maybe we'll see if we can pluck out a few comments that seem like they can be, discussed in a vacuum. Because I know a lot of you are having conversations very rudely with each other, not with me. No. A lot of you are having conversations with each other, which I applaud, but it does make it difficult to highlight any of your comments in such a way that is going to be intelligible to the viewers now or later. Ibrahim Muhammad says like and subscribe. That's right, like and subscribe. We are steadily climbing. We are having linear growth, folks. Linear growth. Let's turn that into exponential growth, geometric growth. I don't know which one is logarithmic growth. I don't know which of those are the biggest, but I think it's probably logarithmic, but it's fine. Tom Jones is back. Always enjoy your commentary. Very intelligent, bro. I appreciate that. I say all the time, I don't have an internal monologue. And so everything I say, I'm hearing for the first time, unless I've spent the entire morning talking to myself about a very specific topic I want to talk about on the show. So a lot of times I'm with you when you hear something I'm saying for the first time. And I'm like, wow, that's smart too. And then sometimes I'm like, that could have been a little better. And then sometimes I'm like, why did I even say that? Usually, though, I can catch myself right before something really bad comes out. Because sometimes I'm about to say something terrible. And I go, oh, no, I won't say that. I won't. Adam S. on YouTube says, that is how community grows, talking with each other. Thank you for creating the space for us, Brandon. I'm facilitating. You are creating the space for yourself. I'm facilitating, and I'm glad to, because the space that you create for each other, you're holding that space for me. You're here communicating with me, and I feel like I learn something new every day. You are all, I think, smart individuals who contribute to my growth, and I hope that can be reciprocal, like our tariff situation. Uh, mm, let's see. Although I will say tomorrow, people are saying how smart I am. We are probably going to do something like about the Black Pope. And by that, I will emphasize, I don't mean an African American head of the Catholic Church. I mean the secret Jesuit leader of the Catholic Church that operates from the catacombs of the Vatican. So, like, don't come when I title the stream Black Pope and go like, does Brandon mean there's an African American Pope? Although I will probably title the stream African American Pope now that I have said it, because it'd be funny. Uh, let's see. Yeah, the TikTok thing. I mean, I appreciate that they shouldn't ban TikTok because, banning TikTok is a reaction to the loss of control of our political media establishment and, by extension, our political class of the media establishment, because of the democratization that social media has nominally allowed when it comes to different narratives and voices. And they really blame TikTok, I think, for raising awareness about the genocide in Gaza, because that is one of those instances where, like, people were and are not always fully aware of what's going on in Israel and Palestine. That's not an excuse. Again, it's an explanation. You, it's very easy to become aware, but if you're not looking for it specifically, like the truth, you will be inundated with, like, Israeli propaganda. You'll be inundated with American pro-Israeli propaganda, Christian evangelical pro-Israeli propaganda. Like, you can't be forgiven. I wouldn't say that's it's not my place to forgive anybody, but, like, it is understandable that, like, people are not fully aware of that usually. And I only mention that because, like, usually awareness is used by as like a veil in politics to disguise the fact that, like, politicians are just doing the wrong thing for the wrong reasons, like, or for to protect their material interest, right? So they'll go like, so people will pretend like the only thing stopping us from doing better as a country is that the right politicians, like Joe Biden, has to be aware of the genocide. People like that are aware. The average American was less aware of the brutality of Israel towards Palestine prior to October 7th, because the difference in the mass media environment from, like, let's say the last time Israel really ramped up their executions and genocidal ambitions in Gaza in, like, around 2014, like the media, like the proliferation of social media is just night and day. And TikTok bore the brunt of that because it could also be framed as like a foreign actor, and therefore it could be it was less reliable to force them to, like, tamp down on anti-Israeli sentiment the same way like Meta did on, like, Facebook and Instagram. Postmodern Prometheus says the ballroom should look like NASCAR with sponsorships plastered everywhere. Like, oh yeah, the ballroom will definitely be another mechanism for companies that are trying to escape the tariffs or um, to ingratiate themselves with Trump for some other reason, will, like, use it to, like, donate money, which will probably not all go towards the ballroom, if you'll excuse me for saying. Mm-hmm. Politics on YouTube says a McDonald's ballroom in the White Klansman house would be baller. I think a McDonald's themed ballroom in the American White House would be the most appropriate thing in the world. Some people will get mad that I say that, but it's nothing could make more sense than that. It's the kind of thing that, like, in a 90s movie, like when a kid became the president, he would do. Like, I don't know if there's any movie like that where, like, a kid president. It sounds like a movie that exists. You'll have to forgive me, but like movies like that exist, and so I just when the moment I say a movie where a kid becomes president, I can immediately like confabulate confabulate means come up with a false memory, but I can immediately conjure a false memory in my head of like a kid becoming like the president, or like a kid moving into the White House after his dad becomes the president and like shaking things up and stuff like that. So I don't know if that actually happened in a movie. It's just easy for me to like imagine one. It'd be like if I really tried. I mean, imagine in the sense that I can like conjure a memory of it. But imagine like if I mentioned like a movie where like a dog played a sport, like like if I said if I said there's like a sequel to Air Bud, like Air Bud 7, where like he's driving NASCAR, some of you would immediately be able to imagine that movie just hearing it, because you know what goes into stuff like that. You know the plot, like what would be happening. You could probably even imagine the villain and what his goals would be, because it's like movies like that were just so ubiquitous in the 90s and like late 80s and early 2000s that if you've seen anything from around that era, it's very easy to imagine like something like that. Some people, I'm not looking at the chat at the bottom. I'm scrolling up to the top so I don't miss any like good previous comments. But someone's probably screaming at me in the chat like, "You're forgetting Kid President, Brandon. You forgot Kid President. You forgot the movie that made Jonathan Taylor Thomas famous, Kid President." I'm like, yeah, I forgot Kid President, or like Boy President, or whatever it's called. The 90s would never have a little girl be president. Don't be crazy. Herbie the Love Bug. Washa on Twitch says, could make a sequel to Blank Check called Blank Ballot, though I kind of hope everyone that made Blank Check is in jail. Yeah, Blank Check is, I would say that it's a movie that a lot of GOP would like. Wait, am I thinking of Blank Check? Is that the one? I might be mixing up Blank Check with a different movie, but I don't want to get involved in that right now. Hooligan Grundy on Twitch says there's Air Buddies. Yeah, I've seen that one where it's like a bunch of dogs. Chatterbait Billy confirms that there is a Kid President movie and a book. Wow. Richie Rich is not that movie. All right. Okay, so so Washa is saying Blank Check is the one where a kid fills in a check for $1 million and then dates an adult FBI agent. I remember the check part. I could not remember. I remember there being a problematic relationship in that movie, but I couldn't remember if that's the one, and it's not obviously, but like where the kids hire the sex worker, who I think is Melanie Griffith in that movie, but I forgot what that one is called. So yeah, we will call it there. Thank you all for joining me. It is good to be back. It is good to be
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Belle again. So today, we're going to talk about how Trump truly does not understand trade deficits. In a recent interview, Trump was asked about how long the American people could expect the transition to a stable economy to take. In true Trump form, he didn't answer the question. He talked about how he viewed the U.S. trade deficit with China. Economists all over the world, once their eyes stopped twitching, began to realize that maybe Trump literally doesn't understand some of the dynamics at play. Kristen Welker asked, quote, "I guess you're talking about this transition cost. How long should people expect that transition to last, Mr. President?" To which Trump responded, quote, "I can't tell you that. I can tell you that we're making a lot of money. We're doing great. Again, we were losing more than $5 billion a day. $5 billion a day. You don't talk about that. And right now, we're going to be at a point very soon where we're making money every day. Look, we were losing hundreds of billions of dollars with China. Now, we're essentially not doing business with China. Therefore, we're saving hundreds of billions of dollars. Very simple. This doesn't sound much different than a lot of Trump's rhetoric, but he applies a cause and effect here that gave a lot of people pause. We're going to break this down and then explain the part the president might be missing. He said we're losing $5 billion per day. Not really. He's talking about the trade deficit. First, it's closer to half that. It's about $2.5 billion per day. But we won't quibble. He thinks we're losing this money rather than it being a cost. Companies buy products from China. As an example, these glow sticks were made in China. I paid $1.25 for them. Do you think the company I bought them from paid $1.25? Of course not. They paid a fraction of that. That fraction, let's say it was 25 cents. That 25 cents is part of the trade deficit. That was a cost. Then the American company sold the product to me and made back that cost plus labor and overhead for the store, plus profit. Profit that an American company made. Profit that goes into the GDP. Trump said we were losing hundreds of billions of dollars with China. Now we're essentially not doing business with China. Therefore, we're saving hundreds of billions of dollars. Very simple. We are not saving hundreds of billions of dollars. Most of those hundreds of billions were spent buying products to resale at a profit. Profit that, if we're essentially not doing business with China anymore, isn't being made. That's the real loss. The profit being lost is American profit. The money being made by the U.S. is measured by the GDP. It hasn't been negative in years, until, of course, Trump took office. Based on the cause and effect of when he says, therefore we're saving, it's led a lot of people to wonder if he actually understands what these numbers mean. Essentially, stopping business with China does not save the U.S. money. It limits access to goods that are sold at a profit. It also causes the loss of all of the U.S. exports to China. The best case scenario here is that Trump drastically misspoke. If he actually thinks this is how it works, we're in trouble. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
Valley, but no, it's
this tax, which is like Europe is now kind of imposed on Facebook and some other companies. There's maybe a way that this could be sort of the inverse of that, but it's not going to be a traditional kind of tariff that's collected at the border. It's going to be some type of services taxation that they're going to have to invent a whole new system, frankly, to even kind of come up with how they're going to administer that. You know, at a time when Doge and others are laying off all the government staff that would be needed to actually figure out how to do this completely new system. So there's all sorts of contradictions there.
But surely John Voight understood this and walked Trump through it. Maybe we'll have to wait until I don't know. Bo Derek comes in. Like, I'm trying to think of all the right wing luminaries that will show up at.
Randy Quaid, we were saying earlier.
Yeah,
might be.
Ever since Chuck Woolery passed away, I feel like our whole policy system around this has been completely willy-nilly. So what do you anticipate going forward? Because we're going to play a clip later in the program, and we had mentioned this, I think it was on Friday, or maybe it was earlier last week, that the Port of LA, obviously, like, they book, ships get booked but well in advance at the Port of LA. It's the biggest port, I think, in the country. It's obviously the one that is where goods from China are coming from. And they're anticipating, like, in 2 weeks, about 30 to 40% of their business to simply fall off a cliff. Like, it's just not going to be there. And then this goes through the sort of the system. Like people, it's sort of like when New York City outlawed plastic bags. You know, all these like bodegas went out and bought as many of the plastic sacks they have because they're allowed to finish their supply. There's going to be a cushion, right? But then all of a sudden, who knows where it's going to be 5-6 weeks from 2 weeks from now. So maybe we're talking about 2 months. All of a sudden, like, there's going to be no more of this or that. It's just not going to exist in our shelves.
Yeah, I mean, so let's kind of remember back. It was almost exactly a month ago that we had "quote unquote" Liberation Day, where Trump announced sort of a whole suite of tariff measures, which we could get into the details, but basically we're like a universal baseline tariff of 10%, and then a crazy sort of mishmash of tariffs, so-called reciprocal tariffs against countries we have trade deficits with. That was April 2nd. That was put on pause till April 9th. And now has been put on pause for sort of an even further period of time until around July 8th is sort of when we'll sort of see the fate of those reciprocal tariffs. But if you look at sort of the real economy, it takes about 20 days to get a shipment from China to the U.S., about 10 days to get from sort of the ports on the West Coast to shelves across the United States. So that's about 30 days more or less. And so again, about a month ago was sort of when some of the tariffs went into effect. So we should be seeing the impact of that in the coming days. As you pointed out, shipments to the port of LA are way down. Some of these companies like Temu that were sort of doing the small value shipments have said they're no longer going to be shipping at all to the United States and are going to be routing everything through third countries. And that's kind of a whole nother part of this story, which is that the more you create differential tariffs between different sets of countries, the more reward there is for trying to game the system in creative ways, or do things like what's called transshipment, which is basically just kind of shipping something to Singapore and then reshipping it to the United States. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity for gaming the system, frankly, for criminal syndicates to get involved and sort of figuring out ways to relabel products as made from a different country than they were made in. And so there's going to be shortages. And there's going to be a lot of this kind of falsification of documents that we're going to see. So, I think that's kind of the impact that I would expect to see. We're in May, over May and June. And then I think that July deadline for the reciprocal tariffs to go into place, supposedly we're going to be negotiating over 100 trade agreements with countries around the world at a very time where we're sort of firing the trade negotiators and the officials that are responsible for doing that for the federal government. So I don't see any way that we're going to get there, and I think that they're just going to have to ultimately punt the tariffs still further, and I think that's kind of where we get to what we're seeing is that Trump is kind of making a lot of threats, but then in a lot of cases is backing off of those threats once Wall Street and sort of big donors come in and complain. We've seen sort of on again, off again tariffs for the auto industry, where after they complained, they were sort of rolled back and made less onerous. And so there's basically a lobbying frenzy happening right now in DC for tariff exemptions, for special tariff treatments. So I think where this ends up at the end of the day, whether it's something like a total shutdown of trade or sort of a blossoming of a whole new generation of free trade agreements, it's actually hard to see. I could kind of imagine scenarios where either happens.
So it seems clear, though, that like the vision of eliminating the income tax because of the hundreds of billions of dollars that we're going to get, that's not going to happen. There's a lot of reason to believe that nobody's going to invest in building a burgeoning industry in this country to replace these things because no one can rely on this type of protectionism to exist until, like, never mind, 3 years out. Nobody's by September, this all could just be like, okay, forget it all, whatever, one big beautiful bill. We're not even going to talk about tariffs anymore. I mean, nobody knows. So there's not going to be any investment. It just sounds like we're going to have people back up. The only possible outcome, it feels like right now, is a slowdown in economic activity. Nothing else seems like rational for anybody else to do.
That's absolutely right. I mean, even under the most generous assumptions, towards Trump, the maximum we could sort of collect with tariff revenue is a tiny fraction, less than half of what we could collect with the income tax. There's no viable way to replace that. As you pointed out, Sam, I mean, really what we're going to see is not sort of companies, making that 5-year, 10-year investment plan on the basis of these tariffs. Instead, what they're going to do is just simply cease production. Stop projects, lay off workers, furlough workers, until they get a better sense of what the policy dynamic is going to be a few weeks from now, a few months from now. And so it's really going to just lead to sort of a slowing down of economic activity. Hopefully not a recession, but that could certainly happen. But especially for industrial sectors that are reliant on these kind of predictable flows of inputs into their supply chains, they're just going to be waiting and seeing and not doing major investments of the kind that we saw again in 2023 and 2024 when there was kind of a comprehensive and predictable set of policies in place.
The irony, I guess, is that everybody's going to do what Trump said at the end of that interview, which is we're not trading with them, so we're saving all this money.
Right.
That's exactly what a lot of companies are going to be like. We're just not going to build anything or spend any money or hire anybody because that way we're not losing money.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, what companies definitely don't want to do is lose money, and so they would rather just not invest and not sell things for a while so that they're not having to sell at a loss. I mean, we're benefiting over the last few weeks of the fact that companies kind of knew that there was going to be some kind of tariff coming into place. They didn't know exactly what, but they were able to stockpile goods, and so there's huge inventories in sort of quote unquote free trade zones across the United States, which are basically places next to custom houses where you can store goods and you don't have to remove them right away. So, U.S. consumers have been benefiting from the fact that there has been kind of that backlog of goods, but that's going to start drying up over the course of the next few weeks. And I think that's where we're going to start to see folks really take a hit in terms of the variety of goods that are available on supermarket shelves. And then for companies, the variety of inputs that they're able to get for their auto production, for their aviation production, and other sectors.
My understanding is that a lot of retail places around the country, basically, I mean, they call it Black Friday for a reason. They make all their money in that last quarter. The rest of the year is basically paying off all their expensive, but all their profit is made in that the 3 weeks of the year. When do they have to start putting in orders for what they're going to have in terms of inventory? How far out do they order those things?
Well, because there's so many orders coming in from around the world at the same time, they have to get their place in the queue well in advance. So, we're looking at sort of the summer as the time when they would start to be locking in some of those orders. So that's right around, we'll sort of know, July 8th is sort of when these reciprocal tariffs go into place or not. Whether we have sort of this, again, sort of blossoming of new free trade agreements that go down to zero tariffs across the board, who knows, right? But I think it's around that time in July when companies are going to start to need to make those plans for their Christmas orders. And so if there's not a lot more certainty by then, which frankly, I think one of the only ways that there could be a lot more certainty is if Congress steps in and reasserts its constitutional authority on trade. If they do that, that might be something that would bring some more certainty to the markets. But I think short of that, if Trump continues to have this tariff toy that he can kind of play with to just generate news headlines on a day-to-day basis, I don't see that certainty being in place for the companies that need to make those 6-month plans going into the summer.
Didn't the Congress essentially cede their ability to interfere in the supposed continuing resolution, the sort of dirty continuing resolution? Wasn't there a provision of that ceded their authority?
Yeah, it was kind of wild. I mean, under the National Emergencies Act and under some of the other tariff authorities, Congress gets an up or down vote, an opportunity to give an up or down vote to sort of disagree with the president on the existence of an emergency after a certain number of days, legislative days passing on the legislative calendar. So what Republicans did as part of the continuing resolution was freeze the passage of legislative time, so that basically no days would pass, and so therefore there would not be that clock that would be ticking to give them the opportunity for the up or down vote. There's now some efforts in Congress to sort of get that clock running again and do some up or down votes. There was a vote in the Senate to suspend the emergency as it relates to Canada. That has not gotten a House vote yet. And I think that if the economic conditions continue to worsen, we will see pressure ratcheted up on both houses to exert more of a check. Frankly, if they don't exert any kind of minimal check, even as the economy is collapsing, we'll have bigger problems than just trade problems. That'll be, in fact, sort of an indication of a really severe corrosion of democracy itself.
I mean, it'll also be fascinating to see if there's any like House members who are going to break from Trump. I mean, it's one thing to be a senator and do that and maybe have 4 years before you have to run for re-election. But all of these House members are looking at re-election in whatever it is, 16 months, 18 months. And Elon Musk's money there, I guess, wouldn't be deployed in that instance because Musk is hurting as much as anybody from this. But it'll be fascinating to see where this goes, or just also super tragic for a lot of people to lose their job just because of Ron. Vera, or whatever that the expert who lives in Peter Navarro's wall, I guess, his imaginary friend, imaginary scholarly friend, to be fair. Dr. Todd Tucker, a political scientist, director of the Industrial Policy and Trade for the Roosevelt Institute. Thanks so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Thus completes the first half of our program. We will head into the so-called fun half with a reminder, it's your support that makes this show possible.
This faux possible.
This faux pas possible. Nice. Your support keeps this show thriving and surviving, as it were. We have been suffering under the weight of the protectionism of all these Canadian podcasts, and so your support helps. I don't know where I was going.
Yeah, if you're a patriot.
Canada actually does have protectionism for its cultural production.
Oh, 100%.
CanCon.
Oh, no. I will tell you this.
I didn't know that.
I once shot a TV show up there for Fox Television, not news. Conan O'Brien's company bought one of my scripts, and we shot something called Beat Cops up there with John Benjamin. Now, we had shot a version in New York City. Then they wanted to shoot another one in Toronto, and I was like, it's a shot on the streets of New York. I'm not going to do it in Canada. And then 9/11 was when we were in the wake of doing that, and I'm like, okay, I'll go to Canada.
Also, it's way cheaper, is it not?
Well, it's, first of all, at that time, it was 80 cents on the dollar.
Yeah.
So there was a big savings there. And you get incentives, but they say, like, characters after a certain level, I can't remember what it was, like the first 4 characters in the show could be American hires, but then the rest had to be local hires. So it would build part of the Canadian, film and TV job. So we had we brought in a couple of American actors, obviously Benjamin and I, and then we had Canadians that we had to get like these huge sort of tax benefits to it. No, this is not the Nick DiPaolo story. That was the New York version. Nick DiPaolo was not in that version. And so, yes, there's a lot of incentives. And so Vancouver has a huge industry. Toronto has a huge industry. Right. But I guess the idea, I think what Trump was trying to do is say, we want to keep those jobs in America. And, the way that they do it in places like in Georgia and other places around the country is offer big sort of tax incentives, I guess.
And my understanding is that the kind of season's over on that sort of stuff, that states are, like Louisiana, are realizing, hey, maybe this isn't really as good of an investment.
It's not bringing the economic activity that we had hoped.
Right.
I mean, I suppose there's a way of basically saying that if you, we're going to overseas, but you'd also have to say, like, well, Paris.
Oh my God! This is going to make more green screen productions. which we definitely need more of. I mean, come on. I'm being like, I'm not even joking if it goes into effect. I saw some joke on social media, people saying that Dune 3 is going to be shot in Cleveland now. So
I mean,
looking those
not long before that happens.
I loved those like beautiful, gorgeous deserts and landscapes, but you know, I guess sayonara to that.
Well, you just make it with AI now.
Yeah, right. I can't. I mean,
do we really even need the actors?
That's a good point.
Anyways, folks, you can help us stay in the United States by becoming a member at jointhemajorityReport.com. Also, don't forget Just Coffee, fair trade coffee from the co-op in Madison, Wisconsin. You can buy the Majority Report blend. You can get a bunch of single origin coffees there. You can get big bags, little bags. You can get it ground. You can get a whole bean. And you're supporting a co-op, and you're getting great coffee and supporting their producers in Chiapas. And I'm not sure what part of Africa, but check it out, justcoffee.coop. And Matt, Left Reckoning.
Yeah, Thomas Kennedy of the Why Are We Like This podcast came on to talk about Florida, including Ron DeSantis' wife scam, in which charity she is dealing with got a bunch of kickbacks from a settlement that the state of Florida reached with a company. So check that out, patreon.com/leftreckoning. We also talk about Florida Democrats and how the Trump 47 immigration crackdown is playing out in Florida, because Thomas is a immigration activist. Check that out, patreon.com/leftreckoning.
See you in the fun half.
3 months from now, 6 months from now, 9 months from now, and I don't think it's going to be the same as it looks like in 6 months from now, and I don't know if it's necessarily going to be better 6 months from now than it is 3 months from now. But I think around 18 months out, we're going to look back and go like, wow. What? What is that going on? It's nuts. Wait a second. Hold on for a second. Emma, welcome to the program.
Hey.
Matt.
What is up, everyone?
Nomi Key.
You did it. Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Bradley, you want to say hello?
Sorry to disappoint everyone. I'm just a random guy.
It's all the boys today.
Fundamentally false.
No, I'm sorry. Women's
Stop talking for a second and let me finish.
Where is this coming from, dude?
But dude, you want to smoke this 7A?
Yes.
Hi, me? Is it?
Yes.
Is this me?
Is it me?
It is you.
Is this me? Hello? Is this me?
I think it is you. Who is you? No sound. Every single freaking day. What's on your mind?
Sports.
We can discuss free markets and we can discuss capitalism.
I'm gonna go throw up.
Libertarians. They're so stupid, though. Common sense says, of course.
Gobbledygook.
We fucking nailed him.
So what's 79 plus 21?
Challenge Matt.
I'm positively quivering.
I believe 96, I want to say.
857-210-85-501. 1/2.
9/11, for instance.
$3,400, $1,900.
654 $3 trillion sold. It's a zero-sum game.
Actually, you're making me think less of it.
But let me say this. Poop.
Call it satire. Sam goes at satire.
On top of it all,
Yeah.
my favorite part about you is just like every day, all day, like
Yeah.
everything you do.
Without a doubt. Hey, buddy, we see you. All right, folks.
It's just the weak being weeded out, obviously.
Yeah, sun's out, guns out. I don't know.
But you should know.
People just don't like to entertain ideas anymore.
I have a question. Who cares?
Our chat is enabled, folks.
Love it.
I do love that.
Look, gotta jump. Gotta be quick. I gotta jump.
I'm losing it, bro.
up so far? I missed like 9 episodes.
You said what's my thoughts so far?
Yeah.
I think it's the best retro Pokemon game, and it's not even close. There really hasn't been any like all the other retro playthroughs. There's a point where like I started, except for Gen 1. Gen 1, I think I started that assuming it was going to be dog shit. But every other generation, all right, this is gonna be better than the last time. And then there's like a point in the playthrough, I'm like, this fucking sucks. I regret playing this game. That still hasn't happened yet. The worst thing that happened with Pokemon Black is that there's a save, like there's a glitch. If you save in the Pokemon League, the game freezes, and that fucked me over for the day. But that's not as bad as shit from other games. And also it's something that I should have remembered. I forgot that that was a thing.
I mean, that's just that goes down to like bad tech, man. But that's not the game problem.
It's fucked up. I'll mention it in the video when I do that. But it's not as bad as the game being designed.
Yeah.
Like if there's something that you know it's just like don't save in the Pokemon League, then you're good. It's like in a specific place in the Pokemon League. Even it's like you save the Pokemon Center of the Elite Four. The game has a chance to freeze when you save.
Wait, even with the what? Doesn't using the Pokemon Center save the game?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, you say in the older games you save things, and new Pokemon games, yeah, saving at the Pokemon Center is a check to save the game. But there's a few different checks to save the game that you were talking about games if you got auto save turned on.
Hey man, I'm a Fallout fan. Walk through the door, you good.
Yeah, that shit. But yeah, no, me and Colin's supposed to finish that today.
All right, so
I don't know if we're gonna win. We might fucking lose.
I don't know if there's been discussion regarding this, but are you going to do South of Midnight playthrough or not?
I'm playing it. I don't know. I'm probably not gonna make no videos about it or nothing like that unless it comes to Switch 2.
Oh, all right.
If it comes to Switch 2, I'll do that.
Bruh, I want to download this joint for the Xbox. I went and got my Xbox One just to download this joint, and then I was like,
It's not on Xbox One.
it's not on Xbox One.
No, it's on the Xbox Series X and S.
Oh shit! All right, well, is it on Steam?
Yeah, it's on Steam.
All right, like I said, that's good. All right, so that's a lot. That made my decision a lot easier. Appreciate you. Well, I mean, like I said, I ain't want to like I'm glad about the update. And, I mean, fortunate enough, you have the wherewithal to understand me as a character. I suppose. Damn it. Outside of that, okay. So and I do apologize. Were you able to understand what I was talking about the other day with regards?
No, I still don't know what the fuck you're talking
Oh
about.
god damn it!
Like I mean, I get it, but I don't. Like
all right. I figured out a way to explain it the best way I could. Like I went back over that shit for like an hour. All right. The way I interpret the actual functionality of AI, as we understand it, its usage is like an instrument, not like a tool, but like an instrument. Like you put an energy into it, and it produces a product of which you are able to interpret and reinterpret. That is, and that is what I mean by a physics engine. Its actual functionality, how it works, is that it uses electrical, signals to interact with fundamental properties that then generate like physical properties that then generate an actual output. And if you can understand what you're putting in, you can reinterpret what is coming out, and in that process, you create. That's the process of transformation. That process of transformation gives you further insight to its utility.
Right.
And now that's not including like the code and all that shit. Like people that use it for coding, that like you're literally it's just coding. Like that was like or rather the systematic processes of which coding is makes the culture of AI coding and vibe coding the greatest, like most obvious, like outline. Now, as far as like the whole meta thing where they're coming out with like companions and shit, it's really just pseudo slave. Like it's an alternative for an ideal of which is unachievable. So we force people to think that you have to have a perfect type of life, and then we give them a thing that they can force to act like that perfect type of thing. And majority of the report recently did an episode that touched on this exactly with regards to the relationship plot nuances, and it was like really what it's using is to get super intimate details about you so that we can sell you slop on the internet. And I even came up with a counter for this, and it was
I think that's the part that confuses me though, because it's like I don't understand why that works on people, because they should understand that shit's not real.
Well, remember, they are already in a deluded state, being that they are being told that they can only achieve a dream that is unachievable. But no, like I said, I came up with a counter for this, and feel free to use this if you like. It is the fluid utility of IRL networking is imperatively superior to the proprietary networking social media offers. I can text it to you if you want. But basically, it says the fact that I can say the same thing to multiple people and get an infinitely different response from all of those people at any given moment means that if I was to try that same thing on the internet, like if I leave a comment over some bullshit, that's permanent. I can't change how that interaction takes place. I can't affect how that interaction is supposed to take place, and however it is used by any other individual that sees it is going to be that forever and ever and ever. I can go say hey to one person and say hey to a different person and have completely different fucking experience. You can't give me that with AI. I can go to that same person, say the exact same thing, and send another completely different response that is still in line with context of everything plus memory.
Right.
So yeah.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, or what I was saying, like AI, like talking to AI, I get it. I get it from the context of like somebody that's just trying to like understand how the AI works.
Yeah.
Like trying to reverse engineer
exactly.
the bot.
Exactly. Yeah,
and especially now, like if you understand at any level how it works.
Oh, I got a crypto scam kryptonite. Here go the crypto scam kid kryptonite. Dude, Elon Musk is manufacturing fucking trust. Of course, everybody's gonna listen to the guy that's pulling crypto scams and drugs and fucking pump and dumps. Of course, I'm gonna listen to him. You gotta tune in for the scam. This is just an orchestrated scam. He's just creating a legion of scammers. It's insane. Like, hey, I gotta go to church because if you go to church, they're gonna tell you how to make it happen. Doug, this is the same joke. It's the same fucking joke. Oh man, but yeah. Yeah, but it takes nothing for you to realize that you're missing a piece and carry on and wait for that new piece or build a new piece. You don't have to be broken. Actually, fucking One Piece is touching on this right now with regards to Kizaru and the fight between Luffy. It's a whole thing, dog. You know me, man. I suffer from fucking paranoia, psychosis, which means that I see the change to all the bullshit, and it just be killing me. It be fucking killing me. I don't even remember why I called you. I remember why I called you. I don't remember why I called you. I don't remember why I called you because I'll be seeing for hours. Okay, so I made the rule. I'm not gonna watch anybody's fucking live stream, unless it's your live stream on YouTube. That's why I'm so adamant about you streaming on YouTube. but I mean, listen, I made my choice. I'm currently in a deep a deep situation with regards to my internet usage. You would not be comfortable with how long my block list has become.
That's fair.
Yeah, you would not be comfortable with it. Let me tell you what I'm actually doing. I'm currently in the process of blocking all of the followers on Blue Sky of Chuck Schumer, the current minority leader of the Democrats in the Senate. And he has 92,000 people. I blocked so many people that mugs that the algorithm was suggesting videos of which were addressing how people crash out of networks and types of hacks that occur that are not normal types of hacks. And one of the hacks that occur are called block attacks. And It's when somebody's about to do some wild ass shit on a goddamn platform, so they block a bunch of people, or do some wild ass shit and then block a bunch of people, which causes the network to respond like a goddamn terrorist attack is going the fuck off. And I'm like, oh, wow, okay. Okay, it's okay. And it's been going on. I've been waging this campaign to block these influencers for about, I want to say, a week and a half now. I'm pretty sure it's going to take me like at least the rest of the year. I don't know how many. I've even timed out how long it takes me to block.
Like there has to be a bot that does that.
Oh my goodness, yes, there is a thing about. I'm sure I could develop like a chat bot that stays in interim and will take care of it for me. But
I don't even think you would have to develop it. I'm sure that probably exists.
Well, I'm sure there's an app.
Matter of
Yeah.
fact, you could just make a fucking what's it called? Like that's a whole Blue Sky thing, like a list, like a block list. You could make a block list through Blue Sky.
But I still got to manually go through. Like Blue Sky's whole thing is like they want to slow. I don't know. It's definitely not me specifically, but you could only block person like one by one by one by one.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. Is they have block like you don't follow people make block lists.
Yeah.
On Blue Sky, like that's part of the point.
Now, okay, so I've been looking at these, and I've not like I've seen people make lists. Like I follow one. In fact, let me look at it right now. 'Cause I follow one channel that is literally just like I can't remember what the fuck it's called. It's like they check people's. Oh, I don't even follow it. God damn it. But nonetheless, uh, I've seen the lists that people make. I've not seen the list that you click that allows for you to block a complete list of people. And now I already have the list of the people I'm trying to block. I'm not trying to block randos. I'm going straight to the dude's profile, clicking on his followers, and I'm just blocking one by one by one by one down the road. Now, if there is an auto block function, where's that at?
Yes. That's what I'm talking about. That's the block list that I'm talking about. Because like what you could do is I've never like actually made one, but I know people make like follow I forgot what they call them, but they're essentially like list of people that is like these are people that I don't think you should follow or that you should block these people because they're toxic or if you don't let NSFW content or whatever the fuck. It's like a list of people and you can go on a list. You can follow, like subscribe to the list, and people that are added to the list are automatically either, depending on your settings for that list, either blocked or muted.
I think I know what you're talking about. It's the tools that exist as like profile pages where you send them to them, and then the structure is adjusted appropriately, right?
It's not even necessarily profile pages. It's like I don't know if you have any specific.
I found one. It was a shiny page. The shiny page liked one of my likes. And it was like this is a tool like on the page of the like to the profile icon. It says this is a tool made by Blue Sky. If you are liked or if you're identified as shiny, this is what will occur on your like this is what's going to appear on your profile or in your fucking post. So like
Like the thing that I'm talking about is like feeds. They're feeds.
Yeah.
Basically. Like you can subscribe to feeds. Like there's the Black Sky feed, which is just like black users on Blue Sky. There's like a news feed that has like journalists and like that kind of shit.
Yeah.
You can make lists that people can subscribe to that automatically block what you were or mute depending on again on their setting the users that are in that list.
Yeah, that's what I was describing as well. Yeah, like my thing is that I don't need to make the list because the list is already made. Me adding.
So why don't you just subscribe to the list?
No. The list of blocking people isn't made. The list of people to be blocked is already made. So instead of putting a list together of people to be blocked, which means going to each person and adding them to a list to be blocked for
first. That's not what these feeds do. That's not. The feed like the feed has logic. It's like you can block people that are in relation to the people that you like. The reason why it exists is because of like people being toxic on the internet.
So it also blocks complete user networks.
Is a toxic user
obviously that circumvents my current effect, and I'm sure they probably made this to ensure that they were able to circumvent those security measures. Um, or it's possible that I'm not even causing this issue because I haven't blocked enough people yet, which I'm sure I have. I'm very sure I have. So whatever. But yeah. Say that. That's called a nuclear block. It almost got there. Yeah, no. Effectively, this gives you the ability to market those lists, but it doesn't give you a shorthand to create those lists. And since the list is already created for me, I wouldn't be able to utilize this at this given time. However, once I'm done blocking all of these people, I can then add all of those blocked people to a list that I can then market, which is going to be fantastic. Thank you, AJ. No. Remember, the list is not already created in the sense that someone has produced a list of individuals. Okay. Oh no, it should be easily accessible through the API. There shouldn't be any reason that restricts me from doing this at all, outside of I've not seen it yet. No, yeah, I've skimmed over this time. like that's created already by hand.
It's not gonna like exile you from the site in any kind of way.
I'm on the yeah, that's what I was talking about, the Blue Sky moderation service. It's one of the tool profiles that they have. So when I first got on the Blue Sky, they were making those. Like, people were actually putting those together and stuff. So this is like before they had the profiles, the tool profiles or whatever. Well, they're called labels. That's what it's called, labels. But I was in the science part. There was a lot of like consolidating. That's kind of ridiculous how fast it was going. They had that shit together in like 2 weeks. Oh my god! In like 2 weeks, they had started appointing mods to the like, oh, it happened so fast. But yeah, it seems like you were these more so. It's like a filtration system for this rather than what I'm looking for is to or what rather let me change. What I'm hoping for is that by blocking the individuals, it is a different designator that is unique to something that is more passive for my personal benefit. But that could be me just calling an excuse to just put myself through a difficult moment. As that is a thing that my brain often does to me. I don't know why I like to suffer, but yeah, I'm still going over this here. Um, like it gives me the ability to increase the overall like filtration that I would be doing. So I add them to it, right? And then I'm guessing it gives like blanket types. I have categories of which I can have this user be hidden, warned, or have this type of censorship removed. Where in which I guess if he was to step on that landmine, the landmine would identify it, it would be pulled, he would then be hidden, warned, or it's all ignored. Um, by blocking his users, however, I do two things. One, I lock them out of my network, being that he's a politician. He loses two things. Me, because I'm already gone, and then he loses the connectability and the contact of which my network would offer to his others that would expand his network. Um, by doing this, it just makes it so I don't see any of his content, and that's kind of not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking to shield myself from his content. I'm looking to target his actual followers in a way that makes it his actions more detrimental to his own followers. Because the more he does the dumb shit, the more followers I'm going to block, which means the less connectivity that you're going to be able to achieve. And all you gotta do is do less dumb shit, and I'll stop blocking. But that's my gripe. That's neither here nor there. But yeah, no, this is definitely some valuable tech. Like I said, I'm still outside the stage of which it's good for me, and I still don't see a shorthand for adding individuals. It still requires you to go person to person to person. I didn't see one that added like whole list.
I'd have to ask somebody that I know has done it, but I know it is possible to be able to define parameters. Like I said, like use certain hashtags, follow certain people, so on and so forth.
Well, you know what? That was an option. I was able to add like additional like identifiers to the list, but I think the types of individuals that follow him would be so unique that there's no way I can get out without picking that up. But like I said, I like torturing myself, so we'll see how this goes. If by the end of this year I got 92,000 blocked people, AJ, what do you think I'm going to do with that list? Or what do you think my account's going to like? What does the account with 92,000 blocked people do? Like, how does that affect the system?
I don't think it affects the system at all. I think a lot of people have that many people blocked, if not more, on Blue Sky.
I'm going to need proof on this. I'm telling you, I'm going to throw the numbers up. I'm going to throw the motherfucking numbers up. And Mugs, if they're not stepping with me, I'm going to step on.
Yeah, I think you're underestimating the point of the site. That's the whole shit. Is like
No. I don't want discount. You're right. I don't want discount. Like I see the vision on it. I've been with him not since jump, but I've been with him for a little bit. I see their vision. They do their thing. It's MySpace low key. It's MySpace low key. It's MySpace Instagram low key. Shit. They got crazy long threads. Have you been on any of their long threads yet?
You said what?
I said they got crazy long threads. Have you seen any of them yet?
Nah, I mean, I just be on there to say my little bullshit and like look at other people talking about whatever the fuck they talking about. But I mostly avoid social media outside of what I need it for.
Hey, good moving. Hell yeah. All right, well, let you get back to it, Brian. Nice talking to you. What's up?
Sure. Yeah.
My fault. I hung up. I thought you were done. All right, yeah. What you saying?
Yeah, I was just saying I'll update you when I have my when I have the communications passes.
All right, cool. Yes. All right, thank you.
All right.
Really sound. How is this not how we view air traffic control? How is this not how we view airplanes and air safety? It's insane.
This is like sort of the culmination of the neoliberal era, and Reagan breaking the PATCO strike in the 80s, basically saying, hey, air traffic controllers, tens of thousands of you, or 11,000, whatever it was, see ya, we don't need you because you're being too needy.
Right.
And what happens? Well, this happens.
And to be clear, apparently Buttigieg was in front of Congress in 2004 and maybe even, 2024 and before then, asking for more funding from Congress for air traffic controllers. So there it is.
They have too many pencils. Why do you need 250 pencils as a air traffic controller? So crazy.
Well, maybe United will let me change my flight to another New York City-based airport. Oh, wait. We've also allowed complete deregulation of the airline so that they can charge you exorbitant fees for doing things like that.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Keep complaining. Keep complaining. Donald Trump's polling numbers are in la toilette. I'm just using up all the French before the tariffs come up. I'm stockpiling it.
Okay.
And one of the things that's happening with the Democratic Party, of course, has been this battle between people who feel like the Democrats should do stuff, and instead of sitting by the sideline and letting Trump's numbers just plunge on their own, that there is value in, there's only so much that Democrats can do right now. You can fight against it. You can come out strong against it. You could slow if you're, I don't know, let's say you were in charge of the Democratic caucus in the Senate. Let's say you were ostensibly the Senate minority leader.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things you could do to gum up the works. One of the things you could have done, too, would have been to, not empower the Republicans to pass a continuing resolution, not empower them to basically prevent Congress from exercising its ability to change Trump's tariff structure, so that they would actually have to vote on keeping it alive. I mean, imagine right now if there had to be a vote every, couple of weeks on Trump's tariffs. What would Republicans do? Would they vote against the president or would they vote for the president? Would they pay a price? Would that drive Trump crazy? Would that create is that a wedge issue on the Republican side? We will never know because Chuck Schumer insisted that the Democrats vote for the dirty continuing resolution. And now he wants to come out and celebrate as if he was responsible for Donald Trump's plunging numbers by standing back. Look at what I've done. The Baileys. I hate Donald Trump now. Voila. Abracadabra. I did it. And here he is at a last week. I guess it was on Friday, maybe.
And you'll hear there's a cut in the middle of this. Whoever put this together understood the irony of these two statements being kind of back to back.
Yeah, these are two clips, but it's the same press conference.
The polls this week showed Trump has the lowest 100-day approval rating since they started polling 80 years ago. The lowest. Yes.
There's a poll out today that has your approval rating lower than any other congressional leader at 17%. Are you concerned that you may be a liability for your party?
Polls come and go. Our party is united. We're on our front foot. We're stepping forward, going after Trump, and having real success. The polls.
The second question on that clip was, your polling is at 17%, the lowest of any leader, I think in the history of polling, maybe he said. I mean, that's impressive. And we got to play that clip again because he's saying he's out there trumpeting how Trump's poll is so bad. And then, of course, he's ignoring how bad his polling is.
Polls come and go, is what he said.
They come and go.
So your whole opening about Donald Trump's historically low approval ratings, does it matter? Because they just come and go.
I would also add that the Democratic sort of generic approval rating also in the toilet because it very well may not be enough to have Donald Trump's polling in the crapper, as it were. Let's just play this one more time. It's a quick two clips.
The polls this week showed Trump has the lowest 100-day approval rating since they started polling 80 years ago. The lowest. Yes.
There's a poll out today that has your approval rating lower than any other congressional leader at 17%. Are you concerned that you may
polls come and go, our party is united. We're on our front foot. We're stepping forward and going after Trump and having real success.
There you go. We're stepping forward. We're doing things. We will win.
We won't rest. We won't rest. We will win.
I mean,
he's just on complete autopilot.
yeah. Does he know that he's a dead man walking, or is he still trying to fight? I don't know. Polls come and go. I just contradicted my entire premise about how unpopular he is.
I have a suggestion. Chuck Schumer can take a 4-month course, become an air traffic controller apprentice. It's a great,
it's a great
job.
career.
It's a great job, right? Or a good job or a great job. I mean, it's a job.
Look, it's stressful.
I mean, it's a little stressful. One of the top suicide rates, apparently.
Do you think that Trump's approval rating could be even worse if we had Democrats that people actually liked and were making the case against him? That's the follow-up question there.
I think that Trump's approval ratings may be worse or may be worse or may not. But I do think that had Democrats done something, their approval numbers would be higher.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, it's not, voting, pressure from constituents is a dynamic. And so if you raise the approval rating of one party, it has value, even if the disapproval rating of the other.
It's called negative polarization. But which is a concept he seemingly understands, but not to change his behavior in any way.
It's not just negative polarization. It's also like you can motivate people to do stuff if they appreciate what you're doing. So,
how does he also not have an answer prepared for that? That's the question. That was the answer. Okay.
Nobody told me the polls. I talked to the Baileys. They didn't say a word about it. They didn't say a word. All right, let's just do we do the here's Donald Trump. Oh wait, which clip is this?
This is 10. I just
right. Okay, so we reported on this was on Thursday, right? I think it was, or on
Friday.
Wednesday or Friday. Israeli drones fired at a freedom flotilla. Where did this take off from?
So I'm not sure where it took off from initially, but it was supposed to stop in Malta to pick up dozens more people, which include Greta Thunberg, and also had been previously carrying dozens of people when it was on its way, when it was hit by drone attacks. And the vessel had humanitarian aid on it. It was a peaceful convoy of folks trying to get food to Gaza, because I need to remind people, if you haven't seen the images of people starving to death there and little babies starving to death there, this may be the worst situation in terms of malnutrition and starvation that we've been in since the genocide began. Donald Trump has basically allowed Israel to do an entire blockade of both medicine and food and / water coming into Gaza for the last 60 plus days. And we don't know the full true extent of how horrible it is, but it's been said that it's basically as dangerous as any time period right now. And so this was an attempt to kind of bring food there, or at least it was a display to put pressure on the international community because of the direness of the situation.
And Israel struck it. And apparently the timing, we don't know, but
it was right before Greta was supposed to board.
We don't know if that was a conscious decision or not, but who knows?
I have a sense, yeah. It's a little low at the beginning, yeah.
A ship carrying humanitarian aid to Gaza was attacked by two, and I was part of a group who was supposed to board that boat today to continue the voyage towards Gaza, which is one of many attempts to open up a humanitarian corridor and to do our part to keep trying to break Israel's illegal siege on Gaza. For 2 months now, not a single bottle of water has entered Gaza, and it's a systematic starvation of 2 million people. And Palestinians have been resisting the unimaginable oppression for decades, and the silence and the passivity, largely from the outside world, is completely deadly, and we all have a moral responsibility to act against that and to do our part to demand accountability for war criminals and our own government's complicity in this genocide and illegal occupation and siege.
Time magazine put her on the cover for that, or no? It does not happen this time around.
Doubtful. She's gotten a lot less press coverage since she's been vocal about Palestine's.
Weird. It's a couple things. I think it's definitely that's the main thing. And also a lot of these governments have turned their back on some of the climate commitments that they made during the previous years too. Europe backsliding on that thing. But shame on countries that had previously celebrated this girl who is among the best of humanity. For all the smears that she's had to endure. I mean, Sweden, her home country, is still calling this a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. It's a genocide. Why a young girl can be more mature about this than the entirety of sort of adulthood in society is infuriating to me.
When she connected the struggle for climate justice with imperialism, the positive coverage of her, done. Disappeared. And even when she came to this country, to the United States, which she doesn't fly because of her ethical objections to doing so. So she took I think, solar-powered vessel all the way across the Atlantic to get here. When she came to the U.S., there was even uncomfortability with the way she was talking about climate justice, not in a corporate PR sense, this very anti-capitalist tilt. And I think her activism has been, she's doing her best with her platform, but mainstream outlets basically find her too threatening now.
So just to be clear, the flotilla was named Conscience. That's the name of the boat. It was sailing under the flag of Palau, but apparently, according to one of the activists who was en route to the boat, Palau revoked the ship's flag right prior to the attack. Because if you get attacked with a country's flag on it, that is considered in international law an act of war. And so the absence of the flag makes it easier for Palau not to react to this. It also, the absence of a flag makes it more difficult for the ship to function. Palau apparently has pretty close diplomatic ties with Israel, and tends to vote with it apparently in the United Nations. So,
but the Israel's sending a message. There's no doubt that they knew the timing of, likely, in my view, when she was going to board, because this is them trying to send a message to any other activist that may be doing an act of civil disobedience or an act that even puts their life somewhat in danger by trying to deliver aid to Gaza despite the blockade. They're trying to scare activists.
Yep. We should also add that earlier today, Israel's cabinet approved plans to occupy the entire Gaza Strip
for an unspecified amount of time. They're calling up reservists, I guess. And the idea is that they're probably going to basically displace or whatever internally, I don't know if anybody's in place anymore. I mean, because everything's been destroyed. And supposedly get rid of Hamas. We're now 52,000 people killed, or at least officially.
No way.
The number's probably much higher than that. And who knows how many have died as sort of like a secondary function of having a virtually inoperable society.
I mean, what's the sum total of Gazans whose life is like
permanently? Yes.
Yeah, and in October, there was a letter written by 99 American physicians and nurses that said the death toll was at least 118,000, and the peer-reviewed magazine, The Lancet, earlier this year found that the death toll that's cited is likely a 41% undercount.
Also, I should say, the other day, I guess it was Thursday or Wednesday, Netanyahu again reiterated that Israel is not going to leave Gaza regardless of whether they get the hostages out or not.
I thought this was all about the hostages.
You would be incorrect.
It's so weird. I was taking Israel's explanation at face value. They've never lied before.
Well, Israel ain't even saying that.
Right. Sorry.
The liberal Zionists in the press here do say that.
I took Israel's morality at face value. Apologies.
Let's get some phone calls, shall we? Read some IMs and then some phone calls. Are we set up for this? Oh, yeah, I hear it. Yep. So it must be. 646-257-3920 is the number. 646-257-3920. Tony Tustix, please bring Shannon Vavitch on to talk about the far-right Christo-fascist role in this mess. She used to be part of Opus Dei and is spreading the good word. Shannon Vavitch. Okay. Greg from the Berg. Are we even going to talk about the vote today outlawing BDS?
Oh my God, yeah, right.
Have not caught up with that.
I think that might have been punted per Thomas Massey's Twitter feed. So maybe if Massey's right, we won't be talking about it. But if he is, we probably will.
Teacher Dan, just talking to a coworker about online's mother bereavement counseling symposium. I guess it was well attended, and she had some great takeaways, and we had a great conversation, as we always do. We both wondered how this current administration can be so packed with beaming, horrific tarts and bold, shiny-headed goblins who seem to rejoice in spreading misery to be pretty miserable themselves. How do people like this explain their willingness to do such harm or gaslighting, patriotism, and American exceptionalism? I have no idea. Humble Southern listener. I work in manufacturing. What we produce requires special raw materials, especially steel, that are not produced in North America. These tariffs are already being priced into every aftermarket part we sell, and they're going to make our assemblies way more expensive. No telling how that plays out for the rest of the year. We were up to this point having a crazy strong year. Eleuthagol. I don't know why dear leader calls Canada the 51st state. It's clearly Israel. Piper. Escape from Alcatraz was on this weekend. Spike-a-us. I mean, Mar-o-Lago West. Level 3 bureaucrat. Escape from Alcatraz was on in TV in Palm Springs on Saturday night.
There you go.
Oh, my God. Shrimp Mania. I watched the Mythbusters episode where they escaped from Alcatraz a week ago and had premonition that Trump would mention Alcatraz.
Really? I saw someone say it was on Netflix, too, but maybe that's just internet rumor.
The Milrind. On differentiation, trade policy can be an act of war, especially for the country that makes empty threats, for it reveals itself as a vulnerable Potemkin Who would rely on such a country? Yes, that is a problem. Jay Tingle. Preserve, protect, and defend is not the same as uphold. Also, his left hand wasn't on the Bible. Fair. Calling from a 424 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hi, this is Luis from LA County.
Luis from LA County. What's on your mind?
Oh, I remember. Is Anna there? Because I can't see.
Yes,
Emma?
I'm here, but my name's
Hi.
Emma, yeah.
Oh, Emma, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I remember this call a while back about some guy who had some concern about his parents, and he wanted to change his parents' mind.
Okay.
About his, I guess his parents are like very conservative or MAGA-like.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I have like a recommendation if that's okay.
Sure.
I mean, I'm 23, so my word, I don't know how much value that has, but from my experience with talking with strangers and family members who tend not to be well informed or have some ignorant trait.
Yeah.
From my experience, I normally think about myself and like having a good relationship with being wrong, being okay with saying I don't know. But I think that the best thing that's helped me is giving people the benefit of doubt. And then the other thing that's helped is like if I make a claim, to be able to back it up. And when I have conversations with people, I like to ask them if they could cite a source or something like that. Sometimes even online, where people are very confident with what they're saying, and even to the point where they get emotional and call you names. I've always tried to establish I don't tell them like I'm establishing rules, but I try to give them an idea that I want to have a productive conversation, and that I hope that you think I have good intentions, that you have good intentions, and that tends to calm them down. So that
sounds very reasonable.
Right, and my recommendation is not to think that you are going to change their mind. It's okay if they don't change their mind. Just wish the best for them, because the best would be that this shared happiness of seeing a better future and everybody having a good experience. So
yep. Well, appreciate the call. Keep up the good work.
Yep,
yeah.
bye.
Thanks. Great perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, I think online debate has sort of conditioned people to think you have a moment where there's an epiphany or you own somebody. But I remember when I, frankly, came over to the atheist side of things as a teenager, and the first sort of seed of that thought was seeing an atheist on the news talk about the Ten Commandments, and I hated him. I saw him talking, I'm like, how dare you?
Right.
And then it sort of just stayed in, and over time, in privacy of your own mind is when you actually change your mind on stuff like that.
Exactly. Shantastic from New York. Hi, folks. Volunteer with Zoran's campaign here. I would like to invite all Majority Report viewers and crew to join us on the canvas of Zoran Mondami. The canvases are in over a dozen neighborhoods across all 5 boroughs, walkable distance from wherever you are. It's the most enjoyable and stress-free volunteer experience I've ever had. And I genuinely think this primary will be won or lost on Mamdani's name recognition come June 14th and 24th. Link in the video description.
I saw some Mamdani.
Yes, but you need to give. We'll put a link. Do we know what the link is? We can find it.
We can find it. He did an awesome rally in Williamsburg last night. I am gonna try to sign up and volunteer. I've been really busy with my wedding stuff, but I'm gonna try to do it at least one weekend. So
I saw a pair of folks getting signatures out in Park Slope a month or so ago.
Also, I want to. We're going to put a link in the descriptions to a WFP PAC that is doing some work to get people to have a better understanding of Andrew Cuomo. Because sometimes Andrew Cuomo people just hear the name and they assume that he's good. They don't remember that he's has a very Trump-esque record of sexually being sexually inappropriate with women.
Yeah.
He also has a record of like doing things like setting up a anti-corruption commission, and when they wanted to investigate his office, he shut them down.
Working with
When
Republicans?
he midwifed a group called the Independent Democratic Committee Caucus,
IDC.
which was a bunch of basically right-wing Democrats who he used as a way of inhibiting any progressive legislation in the state. And therefore, he didn't have to veto it so that he could have his cake and eat it too.
So they were voting with Republicans, and people would be going. They thought they elected a Democrat. It's a D next to their name, but Cuomo was relying on the fact that people wouldn't do their research, basically, which is a very Republican thing to do.
Well, also, yeah, I mean, and it's understandable. Like, I mean, how much do you know about your state senator?
Right.
And,
exactly.
He would do stuff like cut hospital funding, which ended up costing, I think, thousands of lives during COVID. He was adamantly against universal pre-K in New York City. I mean, if you're a parent of a small child, that is, particularly today, it's shocking. People don't remember. Like, it was like $15,000 a year.
Didn't he undercut de Blasio's efforts to make that happen?
Oh, he undercut. He actively fought against him.
Yep.
I mean, the list goes on and on. This guy is horrible. Horrible for New York City. He was horrible for New York State. And people need to hear more about what his record actually was. And so we're going to put a link into this. It's a Act Blue link. Wait, that was just a, what happened to it? Hold on.
You copy and pasted the image from the site.
That's exactly what I did. You can go to this. We'll put this up on our podcast and YouTube description. It is the Working Families Party PAC.
Can I just say about Andrew Cuomo? A lot of people forget that the reason why the sexual harassment stuff came out was because there was an investigation into his connection to the nursing home industry. And he had sent tens of thousands of people who were infected with COVID in the early days of COVID back to the nursing homes where they gave it to each other, and lots of them died. That fact was investigated, or there was calls for there to be an investigation by a state legislator who then Andrew Cuomo threatened and said he would destroy his political career if that investigation ever went through, which is then when Bill de Blasio said, he's a bully, that makes sense that he would do something like that to a state legislator, and the snowball grew and grew until people in his staff said that they had been sexually harassed. And sexual harassment is terrible, and all the things that he's alleged to have done in that regard are awful. But I just think it's important for us to all remember that all came to light because
of another scandal.
Because of a much more important scandal, in my opinion, which led to the deaths of tens of thousands of people.
Would also add, this guy is funded by a ton of right-wing money. And his turnaround on charter schools can be directly attributed to Ken Langone backing up his truck and dumping a bunch of cash on him.
Over the weekend, Zoran got a pretty significant endorsement from Gustavo Rivera, state senator, who we had on our during our live show. When was that, back in 2018? Or God, when did I join? No, I didn't join until 2020.
You were at TYT.
What? Yeah, but he's great. I mean, he's the chair of the Senate Health Committee and knows what it's like to work as a Democrat with Andrew Cuomo being the governor. So, anyway.
I would like all the DSA electeds to get behind Zoran as well and maybe stop playing games with that sort of stuff.
Yeah, we need Bernie and AOC to make a little trip over to New York City ASAP.
Them, but also ones closer to home
True.
that might be trying to play some sort of, game with progressives. I think you should be socialist.
But we really need it's a name recognition game, as that IMer was talking about. Canvassing is also just important for you to have a face-to-face interaction with somebody and you can talk about Zoran's policies. But what would help with name recognition is if these two very popular progressives nationally gave like a full-throated endorsement in this
do
race.
a rally here, yeah.
ASAP.
Let's do an oligarchy rally in Brooklyn.
I don't know what they're waiting for, to be honest with you.
Calling from a 504 area code.
Hey, it was me?
Yes, it is, but your phone is bad.
Yes, I will take you off of. I'm a union worker. 1 second.
Oh.
Is that better?
Yes,
Much
that is
better.
much better.
So much better.
Okay, I apologize. I am a union worker here in Colorado. I am trying to raise awareness. We have a very big labor bill going through our House today. It is being debated on the House floor. Jared Polis has threatened to veto this bill. It will eliminate a burdensome second election that only exists here in Colorado. So after the first election, you get 50% plus one, you get a union. The second election, you have to hit 75% to basically force everyone to pay their dues. However, it basically functions as a right to work because unions don't want free riders.
All right. Where should people call? Like Polis's office?
People need to call Jared Polis's office at 303-866-2885 to ask him to support the Worker Protection Act here in Colorado. That's Senate Bill 5, the Worker Protection Act.
Worker Protection Act. Really appreciate the call. People should dial on that now. What is the number there? We will get the number. What's the number of the bill again?
It's the Worker Protection Act, Senate Bill 5, and Jared Polis's office number is 303-866-2885.
303-866-2885. Wait. I'm sorry. 303-866
2885.
2885. All right. Thank you. I appreciate the call.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, you too.
We actually talked about this on Left Reckoning just a couple of weeks ago with Grace Thorvalson. That's Left Reckoning episode 216 right there. Colorado's abundance governor, which I like as a title.
Abundance?
Yeah.
Is Polis a big an abundance guy?
He's an actual Democrat libertarian.
Yes, like
caucus with libertarians.
Right. He was saying positive things about Donald Trump, right? Wasn't he in the early
sort of anti-vaxxy? Yeah, he's in that case.
Just got a text. We need to put up the. We'll talk about the that other stuff about those polling with the young people. I want to do that yesterday.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, we have new merch. New merch alert. We put that graphic up.
shop.majorityreportradio.com. You can go there and you can get our new merch.
Do you have that picture that Julie sent?
It's on the site, I think.
Do we have it on there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there it is. We have the new Max Left trucker hat. That's pretty good. I like that one. We got the patch hat. That's a pre-order. Majority Report Max Left t-shirt in black. And then, of course, the beanie. There you go. Nice.
Whoopsies.
There you go. We got that. Those things are flying off the shelves because that is a maximum sell.
If you want to turn the left all the way up to 100%, you buy these t-shirts.
I think you'll find it's 110%.
Okay.
We turned it up to 11 here.
Sorry.
Max Left hat.
Forgot that we maxed
flying
it out.
off the that Max Left is a pretty funny hat. I just think it's a funny hat. There you go. And so you can pick those up. All of our merch, incidentally, U.S. manufactured and printed in a union shop.
There you go.
So
So we're going to be the only people with merch in a couple of weeks.
I mean, you might have to get your clothing from our shop. Just
exactly.
That's what it means to be a mighty man of valor.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
Clear Wardenik, when is Emma going to appear on Her Take? Have you guys done a video about that already or no?
No.
You didn't do it on Thursday?
On what?
I didn't get to watch
Her
it.
Take.
I didn't even remember. I mean...
Didn't you find out about Her Take?
No.
Oh, yeah.
I overlooked that somehow.
Her Take?
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I saw the promo and yeah. Well, I mean, maybe we'll look into it for tomorrow because that could be a fun half thing. I just this weekend
so much I would love to know about being a 21-year-old girl.
Tried to consume a little less slop this weekend.
I need to know what some insane people think about trans people.
You know,
finally, we get somebody who will talk about real conversations about it.
With Lindy Lee is who we need to hear more from right now. I mean, I think about her intellect and her contributions to politics all the time. What was she at a Kamala fundraiser in October, and now she's leaving the left?
I need the unfiltered musings of snake oil salespeople.
Yeah.
Calling from a 2066 area code. 20.
Oh, is this me?
Yes, it is you. You may very well be the final caller of the day.
Awesome. Okay. My name is Taylor C. Cooper, and I'm
so specific.
And
first name. Yep.
Oh, okay. Sorry. And it's okay. I'm already publishing.
Okay.
But basically, I'm an aspiring behavioral scientist and comedian.
And comedian.
And comedian. And basically, I'm on a mission, and my objective is to get the mayor of Seattle, Bruce Harrell, to respond to me by making a public statement.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically, I'm waiting on, and like maybe this is like a trigger warning situation, but I'm waiting on a special assault examination results, and I've been waiting like 6 years, and so I started calling and leaving voicemails and publishing, and like letting them know I'm publishing, and but basically there's several major issues which I've identified, and the reason I say comedian is because like I've come to realize a lot of the times we could have something if it's a comedy, right? Like a George Carlin or like a Richard Pryor or something like that. You know, like a lot of times with difficult subjects, we can address them if it's a comedy, right? So,
well, tell me,
that's kind of what I'm doing.
Okay, do you have a website where people can check it out?
Yeah, well, I have a YouTube channel, and it's really easy. It's just my name. It's just Taylor Cooper's account.
Okay, great. All right. Well, appreciate the call.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, it's an absolute privilege, and thank you for everything that you guys are doing.
Okay, thanks. Let's take one more call. This is the actual final call of the day, calling from a 570 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Did I do it? This is Harrison from around Scranton, PA.
Harrison around Scranton, PA. What's on your mind? You are the final call of the day.
I feel it's a huge honor. Big fans, longtime listener, first time caller. First, I'm running for mayor in my small town of Dalton, Pennsylvania. Wondering if I can do a quick shout out for my Facebook for that before I get into the thing I want to talk about.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, it's Harrison Wolf for Dalton Mayor. Anybody who wants to like it would be great on Facebook. Yeah, it's like a Republican-leaning town, so I'm doing the best I can as a progressive Democrat. Also, I've been campaigning phone banking for Zoran, which has been really great.
Oh, awesome!
So even if you don't live, in New York, the phone banking's been really easy. A little weird if you don't know the culture of New York, but I've had a really good time. Also, real quick, Matt, you're the unsung hero of Majority Report. Your laugh just makes me go insane every time I hear it.
Oh, thank you.
So it really just gives me energy throughout the day. But I'm a therapist by trade, and something that like I keep hearing a lot of people, bring up is like how difficult it is to have like right-leaning friends, family members, and something I don't think that gets talked about too much on is that you have to look at it from the lens of a family problem or a friend problem, not a political problem. I think as a person that has right-leaning friends and family, and as a family therapist, which is usually what I do, we tend to see it as a political issue. But you're not going to change their mind politically, I think, in many ways. But you can change the relationship that you have with that person. And something that I find like just a tool to put in your belt for anyone that's listening, two tools, a reframe and a oh geez, I don't know why I'm blanking on it, but a reframe and a point process, sorry. And so the reframe might be when your mom or dad or your brother, whoever, is, really like nonstop bringing up all these right-wing talking points. The reframe might be, Dad, Mom, when you talk about this stuff, I feel like my relationship with you isn't what it used to be. I'd rather just talk about you and me. And point process being, I notice when you talk about these things, you are angry. You are upset. Why is it that when you only talk about politics, you're only this upset? And look, and it hurts me to see you upset. And to not bring up the politics at all, only bring up the stuff that comes between you and that person. Because at the end of the day, it's just a relationship issue.
I think that you're right. If the goal of folks that are calling in is to maintain the relationship, but I think a lot of people are calling in asking for help with convincing their family members. And as you're kind of alluding to, it's very difficult without establishing this like broad sense of trust, I think, on the personal side of things, because Trump supporters are paranoid and they are constantly on the defensive. And so this isn't, but this isn't going to have a high hit rate. I just want to warn everybody in the audience, because you can try.
I agree. Yeah, I think if certain people in your life are so far gone, then you have to make decisions in your life. But I think if there's hope, if you have hope for that person, and if you're still willing to try, then those are things that I've seen therapeutically, in sessions with people and within my own personal life. And I just think in general, sometimes if there is hope for that person, they get sucked up in the political talking points. And sometimes what could be more effective is just like focusing on what it's doing to your relationship. And hopefully you connect the dots to, well, this is hurting my relationship with my son, daughter, whoever. And maybe I could look in the mirror for a moment and go, I wasn't like this before 2016. And those are people that already have a high percentage chance of, being able to introspectively look in at themselves and to that have the ability for change. But you are right, Emma. There's so many people that just don't have that ability at this point. And it is just a cult. But I really appreciate you guys.
Well, good luck in your run for mayor. We put up your Facebook, and appreciate the call. It's nice.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good day.
Nice way to wrap up. That completes the call-in portion of our program, ladies and gentlemen.
I feel like family therapy is probably a decent preparation for being a mayor.
Yep.
Cole from Little Rock. I'm at the point where wondering if the relationships are worth saving. Why would I want to be around someone so far gone that they see videos of the bombings in Gaza and say, that's not a reputable source? Well, I mean, I think that's the point that Emma was making, is that, I think that's a good recipe to maintain the relationship and avoid talking about politics. But there's some people who are like, man, I'm not so interested in maintaining the relationship.
And that's fair, I think, especially if you're somebody we're all affected by Trump's policies, but I do think it's more acute if you're in marginalized group. You know, it's this is a very difficult time, and like I'm hearing this from across different situations where people just they basically, if they want to maintain the relationship with the Trump supporter, they have stopped talking about politics.
Drunk eggs breath. Holy crap. Majority report pack of 6 pencils for $10. My son's birthday back on.
Not even colored pencils.
Iowa Ryan, I got rid of Trump supporters in my life. They are nice to me, but it matters more to me that they're good to trans people and immigrants. My family hates those groups, unfortunately. Crotchy, while discussing with my mom who we voted for in the recent Canadian federal elections, I learned that she took every Conservative Party talking point at face value, and she was very angry about all of it, and she is more racist than I thought.
I'll just say I can't wait to go home and give a giant speech about 4th of July this summer to people who don't believe the way I do about how shameful what we're seeing in this country is.
In what context do you give the speech?
Doing fireworks.
Do you light off the fireworks, or do you stand in front of it and go, before we do the lighting, I want to tell, like, how many people
I'm
are we
going to point
talking
it at
about?
them and say, you're going to listen.
You better listen or I'm firing this
Shoot
off.
this reload at the deck.
How do I get a video of this? I would love to see the entire scene.
Maybe I'll record it on my phone.
Left 916, someone on Blue Sky pointed out on Saturday night, a local channel on the Palm Beach broadcast, Escape from Alcatraz. Okay. David J. Cedarista, thanks Emma and Matt for making me feel old by not knowing what the Sting is. But I do agree that Seth Rogen totally killed the Green Hornet franchise. I'll never watch a movie he's in again.
Well, that was Trump in my impression saying that. I don't agree with your statement.
Sax repair. What if it's no longer not politics? It's human rights. Yeah.
Everything's politics.
Henry, can I get a shofar for my birthday? Just turned 27. Nice. Henry, I don't want to say too much. I'm not sure what I'm at liberty to say, but Henry apparently was helping a union drive and got fired. We will probably have a representative from that union on in the weeks to come. So hang in there, Henry.
Yeah.
Appreciate your work there. MJS 617, Welker's consistently terrible interviewer. Wyoming Ryan, the Trump store launched at least 168 new products online, costing $13,803 between Election Day and Inauguration Day. Well, those you need. Shout out to Hassan, says Goose, for having union-made merch membership.
Nice.
Nuclear-powered GPT, the notorious VIG membership. Not sure what that means. Okay. 4 more. Fallopian tube. You should send one of those beanies Tim Pool's way. I brought one down to his
presented it to him.
Yeah. Duber. Jimmy Carter told consumers to cut back. Look what happened to him.
Did they say the notorious VIG?
Yeah. Oh, the VIG. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Affluence and wretchedness. It was great to see Emma on a bit fruity this week.
Check that out, folks.
Fun,
Check out.
Thoughtful and informative episode.
I
What is
love
that?
Matt Bernstein. It's a pop culture show, but it has a left-wing bent, and there are not enough of those.
We need those.
And Matt is just a phenomenal host and does a lot of great production and research. So we covered the natalists and the proto-natalists and its connection to other right-wing movements. But he's done a bunch of other things on the manosphere, deep dives into like internet culture as it relates to politics. So I really recommend A Bit Fruity.
Zane, in my personal experience, any gains I made with the conservatives are instantly lost within the next 24 hours, as either their favorite Fox host or online personalities crafted a new excuse for the bullshit of the day.
Yeah, I think it's different. Like folks who are dedicated conservative ideologues that watch Fox News, or like I had relatives who listen to Rush Limbaugh every day, you're going to be beating your head against the wall.
Yeah.
It's the folks who are like not super political, but that might like sway into reactionary stuff that you need to guard.
Yep.
Oh man, I have to get Max Left on for my cousin Max, who listens to the show. Then every time he walks into a room, people will be confused. And the final I am of the day. Carlson and Peters. Sam, I think you're being too hard on Chuck. Sending him a strongly worded letter is very effective, which is exactly why we should all send strongly worded letters within reason and to step down. By going to your local post office and filling out Form 3800, aka certified mail, then Chuck has to read our letters and has to send out a receipt that he's read it. Please let me know this is too far-fetched. That would be pretty funny. But he has staff to do that.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Matt, Russ, Emma, great job today. See you tomorrow.
It might take all the strength I got to get to where I want, but I